All right. Hello, ladies, gentlemen, boys, girls, and all the other fun descriptors people like to use these days. Tonight we get to start on Worldwake, and Worldwake had a few interesting things going on. First of all, this is the first time we encountered multi-kicker, which, if you're not aware, kicker is a optional additional cost that you can pay. And by paying that additional cost, you usually get, like kicker, you if you pay a kicker cost, you get some additional bonus out of it. And in doing so, like the cost on the top right never changes. It's a little bit like Spree. In that, you pay an additional cost and then you get a specific extra bonus for it. And multi-kicker takes that and lets you pay that cost multiple times to get a stacked bonus. So, as an example, and we're going to be covering it soon, but as an example, Apex Hawks is a 3 mana 2/2 flying bird. And every time you pay the additional kicker cost of white +1, it comes with an extra +1/+1 counter on it. So if you pay the kicker cost twice, it enters with 2 +1 counters. If you pay it 4 times, it enters with 4 +1 counters, and so on. And that's how multi-kicker works. So we have more landfall shenanigans. We also start realizing that there's going to be a lot of mana generated in this block. We've like we saw some aspects of that in Zendikar itself, but we're starting to see more that directs us to the point of we're going to be generating a lot of mana here. And well, what are we going to be doing with all that mana? And so multi-kicker is part of the, you could say, payoff for it. I'm not sure that's exactly the appropriate term, but it is an appropriate term. You then start seeing cards like the manlands or creature lands, however you wish to. I always heard them called manlands. Calling them creature lands is a more generic, it's a gender neutral generic term. And it's probably a little more appropriate because calling them creature lands does not imply, like saying manland implies it's a humanoid, it's a person, it's a creeping tar pit. Counterexample is an elemental who might not even have a humanoid form, let alone a gender. So calling it creature land might actually be more appropriate. And I have no problem with, like, as long as I understand what you're trying to say, call it what you will. As long as it's a term that makes sense. We also had cards like Walking Atlas, which sees play in a few decks that I run. It's a common that lets me put an additional land into play. Does not say as a sorcery, which is a interesting line to not include. which means extra mana generation is, you know, it's it's easy, it's consistent, it's I have this in decks that specifically want to ramp out faster. Often in decks that can't do it easily. So, for example, a deck that's just commons that is specifically trying to ramp out, it goes in. In my mono blue deck that tries to act like it's a green deck, it goes in, etc., etc. We also hit Jace the Mind Sculptor. Now, the interesting thing about Jace is that we had only recently got Planeswalkers, period. I think the first time we got Planeswalkers was in Shards of Alara. So we hadn't even had them for very long. Because I believe this was either the block after or the block after that. Let me just take a quick scan. Sets. Shards of Alara. Alara Reborn. Yeah, this was the next block. And actually, no. Sorry. I was wrong. It was Lorwyn. Lorwyn gave us the first Planeswalkers. Alara gave us our first Mythics. So here's Lorwyn, Morning Tide, Shadowmoor, Eventide. Then we hit Alara. So it was only 2 blocks later when we got our first Planeswalkers. And Planeswalkers in general had 3 abilities, and this is still commonly true today. They generally have 3 abilities, and usually you have like a plus ability, a small minus ability, and then like a big minus ability. So let's see here. Uh, let's see if that works. No. Oh, because I spelled it wrong. What? There we go. Weird. I'm gonna have to make a note of that. This one. Boop. Scryfall. Or not Scryfall. What's his name? Alright. Anywho. So, regardless of what planeswalker we're looking at, okay, this might be a bad example because this is 2+1s and a -9. Nope, I'm not dealing with it. There we go. Okay, this can work. Chandra Nalar, she's got a +1 ability that deals 1 damage to a player or planeswalker because at that point it's damage redirection rules. -X damage to target creature. So, plus to hit a player, minus to hit a creature. -8, 10 damage to target player or planeswalker, and each creature that player or that planeswalker's controller controls. So, I'm dealing 10 to you and all your stuff, basically. And that's the general assumption. And sure, sometimes it's got a couple of pluses and then one minus or something like that. And sometimes it's got like a static in the plus and a minus or something like that. At least the higher rarity ones. Ashiok plus to draw and make people mill, minus to reanimate, minus to steal everything. Let's go with actual Teferi. This one for more of the spark has got a static. It has a static, a +1, and a -3. So it's static and it's kind of like its ultimate already. Etc. 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 And so, Domri, City Smasher, same idea. A plus, a smaller minus, which takes a decent number of counters, but not a crazy number compared to the fact that, it +2s and then it -3s. And go from there. And then you start taking a look at Jace the Mind Sculptor. Then you start taking a look at I think I just did a thing. Boop. Delete. Delete. Anywho, so you take a look at Jace the Mind Sculptor. He was the first planeswalker that didn't have 3 abilities. He had 4. Which was like when we heard about this, before we actually saw the card, when we heard about this, it's like, that can't be a thing. Planeswalkers only just came out. They've got 3 abilities. Yada, 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 blah, blah, blah. Well, nope. Jace is got, he's got 4 abilities now. And he used Jace the Mind Sculptor used to be a huge deal in Standard, in I think he was pre-banned in Modern. Was a big deal in Legacy, was a big deal in Vintage. Power creep. He was commonly like $100 or more. Power creep and a few reprints later, and he's now sub 25 for most prints of him. And even like, the From the Vault 20 is under $20. The Mythic Edition with, with cool art, cool alternate art is 36. And the only one that's actually, How much are you? Yeah, it's the only ones that are actually worth more than like $40 are like this secret lair drop version or the Fox Bloom Barrel Commander version. And only the alternate art fancy Bloom Barrel Commander version. Anyway, first Planeswalker to not have 3 abilities has 4 instead. For 0 cost, you get to Brainstorm. For -1, you unsummon. For +2, you look at the top card of target player's library, and then you can. So basically, it's a forced scry. You look at their library and you tell them whether they're putting it on top or bottom. And then its ultimate basically turns around and says, "Oh yeah, your library doesn't exist now anymore. Your hand is now your library." Yeah, this was a really big deal when Worldwake came out. This was a very big deal when Worldwake came out. For multiple reasons. But, you know, Worldwake had a lot of good playable stuff. Let's look at the bottom end of the stuff that was in the set and see how playable some of the stuff actually is. Battle Herda. We glanced at Herda last week, and there's only 2 Herdas apparently in the entire game, and they both came out during Zendikar. Yeah. Caravan Herda last week for a 1/5 lifelink, which again averages to a 3/3 lifelink. For the same cost, instead of lifelink in Zendikar, you get a 3/3 first strike, which I would much prefer in general. A 1/5 is like, eh. But a 3/3 first strike, that gives you something to actually, like something you don't mind building on top of. It's not great, it's not amazing, but it's it's functional in the sense of it has things that you actually want to do. Now, is it the best first striker? No. Is it the best first striking giant? Probably also no. Oh, wow. For an additional mana, you get Lair Watch Giant, which is 2 additional points of power, can block an additional creature. If it blocks 2 or more creatures, it gets first strike till end of turn. Interesting. And the same rarity. At the same... And the funny thing is, all the giants that have first strike or double strike, the cheapest, like they're all in the 3 to 5 range, which I find interesting. Crystalline Giant will eventually get there. Oops. Boldweir Aggressor at 5 mana is a 2/5 with double strike, which is often mathed to be, I would say, slightly better. than uh, a 5 mana 4/5 first strike. Because a lot of the time it's only going to deal 4 damage. And sometimes, because it's double strike, it's only going to deal 2. If it kills the thing that, you know, if it kills the thing that's blocking it, if it kills the thing it's in combat with, it's not going to get anything. Kalemne, Disciple of Aroas, being a legendary giant soldier. 4 mana, 3/3 double strike vigilance, and gets +1 for each experience counter you have. And whenever you cast a creature spell, mana value 5 or greater, you get an experience counter. So you play this on 4. On turn 5, you spend all your mana on a creature, you're going to get an experience counter. This is going to be a 4/4 double strike vigilance that you spent 4 mana on. Two-headed giant is going to be a coin toss, literally. Half the time, it's going to be just a 4/4. A quarter of the time, it's going to gain double strike, and a quarter of the time, it's going to gain menace as an attacker. As a blocker, it's just a 4/4. But it's still fine. It's a 4 mana 4/4. And then two-headed hunter. Two-headed hunter, really, it's only its adventure side that gives something the ability to have double strike. So I'm not going to count that. So I am not going to count. I'm not going to count. I don't think I'm going to count these bottom 3. And I don't think I'm going to count Crystalline Giant, which really means you're comparing it to Boldware Aggressor and Kalemne. Kalemne is going to be pushed a bit more because it's legendary. So really, you're only comparing it to Boldware Aggressor, which averages to a 3/4 double strike that gives all your other giants double strike. And that's really the only thing to compare it to in terms of a giant that has first strike. Like if you assume this is a 4/5, if you assume this is a 4/5 giant, yeah, I mean, considering the span of years, it's 16 years difference. You can say pair creep this and that, but you're also looking at a rarity upgrade from common to uncommon. And I know there's one person I chat with who hates the idea of using rarity to suggest power level. Something that's uh you know a rare should not be more powerful than a common. And I'm like, what? It should not be it should not be used for a balancing factor. I'm like, why not? But no, Battle Herda. I think if you're looking for, if you're looking for playable giants, and you're considering first strike or double strike or something like that, it's going in the consideration pile. It's something to at least think about. Marsh Threader, we go back to what we said last week about, I think it was last week. Creatures that have landwalk usually have the landwalk that's associated with the color of mana used to cast them. In other words, if you have a green creature, you produce green mana from forests, they normally have Forest Walk. If you have a blue creature, it normally, if it's got Land Walk, you get blue mana from islands. It normally has Island Walk, so on and so forth. Marsh Threader is a 2 mana 2/1 that has Swamp Walk. And while that doesn't sound amazing off the bat, it is a off color. It is an off color land walk and a not embarrassing sized creature for its mana value. 2 mana for a 2/1, but it's got Swamp Walk, which is, white was like the one card where it was so hard to get Landwalk from. It's really hard to get Landwalk in white. I think for Planeswalk in white, there was only 2, but I think you had more off-color Landwalk in white than you did. ID equal white. No? Tagger tags. Tagger. Huh. There's Hate Landwalk. Yeah, weird. Wonder why they didn't just tag Landwalk. But, yeah. So, it's... know what? ID equal... Let me think here. Planeswalk or O colon. No, KW. KW. Or KW Island Walk or KW Swamp Walk or KW Mountain Walk or KW Forest Walk. I am derp. O colon. There. Sort by mana value. Alright. So there's only 11 cards. We can ignore the first one. Mountain Walk, Swamp Walk, Swamp Walk, Block Planeswalk, Planeswalk, Mountain Walk, Planeswalk. Okay, so there's only 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There's only 6 creatures that actually have land walk of any type. Mountain Walk, Swamp Walk, Swamp Walk. Two Mountain Walk, two Swamp Walk, two Planeswalk. That's hilarious. Ace and Highway gives all your stuff Planeswalk, which is not a big deal because people don't play a lot of white in command. Like, they play some. You know, it's not white is unplayed. White is usually tacked onto something else. Great Wall removes it. Windwalk doesn't count. Island Sanctuary tries to be a moat. And Concerted Effort says, oh look, if at least one of your guys have any kind of landwalk, they all do. But yeah, you have 2 creatures that have Planeswalk, 2 creatures that have Mountain Walk, and 2 creatures that have Swamp Walk. So basically, white gets Mardu Walk. It doesn't get Island Walk, it doesn't get Forest Walk, which I find interesting. I'm not saying it's wrong, I'm saying it's interesting. But yeah, Marsh Threader. The other thing is, because it's Swamp Walk, you are going to be able to get through to certain players very easily because black is such a big deal. Plus, Urborg Tome of Yawgmoth is such a big deal when it comes to playable lands in Commander. Order EDH Rec type land. 4, 8, 12, 16, 20, 24, 28. It's number 28 out of almost 1,200. It's number 28 out of almost 1,200. So that would put it in, what, the top 2%, I think? $28 divided by 11.91. 2.35. So it's in the top 3%. It's in the top 3%. So that means it's, I would say it's really common to find somebody at the table is probably going to at some point drop Urborg Tome of Yawgmoth, at which point you're going to be able to just start smacking for 2 damage. It might not be a lot, but do anything else with it, and it can start being a real threat. Put counters on it, put equipment on it, put, give it infect with grafted exoskeleton, I think it is. And you're going to be getting through for damage in a way that's much more difficult to stop than flying or even Shadow. Because Shadow, you block it with somebody else that's got Shadow. Horsemanship, you can block with somebody else that's got Horsemanship. Landwalk, you cannot block unless you run one of the very narrow cards that nobody in their right mind runs that says, hey, let's remove Landwalk. So Marsh Threader is going to get through for damage quite often. And the funny thing is, you can build a mono white deck. And because of how the rules for color identity work, you can put Urborg Tome of Yawgmoth into your mono white deck legitimately and go, hey, by the way, and now you landwalk everybody. So if you've got reason for having small creatures getting through for damage consistently, something along the lines of having flyers in your deck not to stop other flyers, but to actually peck through for damage, even if they're like 1/1s and 2/2s and whatnot. Marsh Threaders can actually fit nicely into that kind of deck. Next step, whoops. Wow, what the heck did I do? There we go. Next step is Refraction Trap. Refraction Trap, did I actually put you in? I do not recall. Mono white burn. Burn, baby, burn. Disco Inferno. Come on. I do not know why my internet's been acting funny lately. And also, I don't know if it's my internet or... There we go. Was it under 3? Yeah, Refraction Trap. There it is. These sections are all just numbered instead of labeled with terms. Just to say, hey, by the way, this is stuff that works together. Like 1 here, the key to 1 is animating the Arkham's Weathervane with Karn using Volcanic Construct to untap it. And so I can continuously turn snowlands into non-snowlands or non-snowlands into snowlands. And then Cold Snap to make people take the extra damage. But this got cumulative upkeep. But I can use Sun Titan to bring it back every so often. I'm done paying the upkeep. I don't want to pay the upkeep anymore. Hey, look, Sun Titan. 2 is, 2 start off with Karma, beginning of each player's upkeep. They take damage equal to the number of swamps they control. Stern Judge, tap it. Everyone takes damage for having swamps. Urborg Tome of Yawgmoth, turn all lands into swamps. Companion of the Trials, I can pay 2 mana to untap target creature, so I can pay 2 and untap Stern Judge and do it again. So basically, 2, white +1, colon, each player loses 1 life for each swamp they control. But I can only do that as long as I've got a Gideon Planeswalker, so I took 2 Gideon Planeswalkers to make it actually worth playing. And then 3 is all this damage redirection stuff. Oh, damage that would be dealt to me or to one of my creatures is going there instead. Which is why I've got Refraction Trap. which I still haven't actually mentioned what it does yet. It's a 4 mana instant. Prevent the next 3 damage the sorcerer your choice would deal to you and or permanents you control this turn. And it says permanents, so it can affect planeswalkers and it can affect battles. Because it uses the term permanents, even if somebody somehow tries to deal damage to a land that's not a creature, you can prevent that damage. What? You can prevent the damage. And if you do successfully prevent damage, Refraction Trap deals that much damage to target, to any target. So that 3 damage that would be dealt to, let's say, a planeswalker you control. You can turn around and go, hey, by the way, that's going over here instead. And either hit the player that's attacking you or burninating your stuff or whatnot. Or, burninate the creature that's attacking. Burninate somebody else. Or somebody else's stuff that, you know what, that's about to be a problem. I'm going to shoot that. Yeah, that 3 damage, instead of being dealt to me, it's going to get dealt to that planeswalker so it can't ultimate next turn. Wait, what? Etc. It's only 3 damage. Oh, did I mention it's a trap? It's a trap! If an opponent cast a red instant or sorcery spell this turn, you may pay white rather than the full 4 mana. So, the general assumption is if somebody goes, well, I lightning bolt your creature, you get to pay a white mana and go, no, you lightning bolt your own creature. I'm going to prevent the damage to this and have you deal it to your own creature instead. Etc. So that's the entire thing for that section. 4 is based around pinging stuff, and then, which usually ends up being remove a counter to deal damage elsewhere, finding ways to put extra counters on stuff, usually via proliferation. 5 is just some, random burn, 5, equal treatment makes anything that would deal 1 damage, deal 2, 1 or more damage, everything deals 2. Fire and Brimstone, you actually burninate an attacker, but you also take 4. Acacia Money Changer comes into play, deals 3 damage to you, but then you put 3 counters on it, and every upkeep you get another counter. And then on a future upkeep, you can sack the Money Changer to get to gain life equal to the number of counters that were on it. So basically, you're storing life there and gaining interest on it. 6, Pariah and Guilty Conscience with Stuffy Doll. And other similar cards. 7 comes into play and deals, these are all stuff that usually they come into play or some other trigger. Hey, by the way, just burninate your opponents to death. 8 is basically Suture Priest And then whenever an opponent, because Suture Priest has a line that says whenever a creature enters under opponent's control, I may have that player lose 1 life. Well, here's some ways to make sure they get tokens. Here's some ways to make sure they get creatures in a mono white deck. Hunted Lamasu gives somebody else a 4/4. Ox Drover, when it enters or attacks, somebody else gets a 2/4 Ox. Forbidden Orchard, whenever it's tapped for mana, gives somebody else a 1/1 Spirit. Dowsing Dagger, when it enters, somebody else gets 2/0/2 Defending Plants. And then just some other stuff here to that deals with counters and gains me life. So because some of this stuff is going to burninate me as well, so this gives me some kind of buffer. And then ways to remove counters from stuff that I don't want. Ways to find cards that I actually need. And then, your typical ramp, and then there's only 36 lands here. Why are there only 36 lands here? Because there's a land here in Forbidden Orchard. There's a land here in Karn's Bastion. There's a land here in Urborg. So there's already 3 additional lands. Oh yeah, and the reason for doing all this? Darian, King of Keldor. Whenever I'm dealt damage, I make that many 1/1 soldier creature tokens. By the way, I have Suture Priest, amongst other things, in this deck to turn around and go, hey, by the way, I have creatures entering, I'm going to gain life. Anyway, all that is to say, I know I've said in the past, damage prevention in and of itself is not great. Same with life gain. But if they're attached to something else, they're suddenly a lot more useful. Refraction Trap is one of those kind of cards. It doesn't just prevent the damage. It can also take that damage and send it elsewhere. It is basically a 4-mana burn spell that's going to deal 3 damage, because somebody's going to throw 3 or more damage somewhere. Whether that's combat damage, whether that's some kind of giant burn spell, this, that, whatever. Activated abilities of whatnot. This is going to be a 4-mana card that at some point is going to take 3 damage and go, yeah, no, you're going over there instead. A0. Apex Hawks, I don't know. I think if you're looking for a bird that's a Windrake, this might be one of the better options. Mana value equal 3. Mana 2. ID equal white. KW flying. Oh yeah, type bird. Alright. Let's go by toughness. Descending. Okay, yeah, let's go Paragram 1. Paragram 1. There. Rule out all the 1/3s. Alright, so there's three 2/3s that you can play at common, plus Mavenda. And then when you start looking at 2/2 flying for 2, if you're playing birds, Keen-Eyed Raven is going to be a big deal. Tempest Hawk is going to be a big deal. And then after that, I might be looking at Apex Hawks. What do we got for 2/1s? Aven Mind Sensor. I'm kind of meh on Eagle of the Watch. Jackdaw Savior might be relevant. Yeah, I think I'd largely be playing the 2/3s, and then after that I might be looking at Tempest Hawk. For 3 mana birds, Apex Hawk, I should say. No, Apex Hawks, had it right the first time, is probably like number 6 or number, I don't know, 6, maybe 7 on my list. I think that's what I'm. If I'm looking for 3 mana birds in white that only requires single colored mana, I think Apex Hawks is like pro. So it's probably not getting played because it's getting pushed out by other stuff. Because if I'm playing Bird Tribal, I'm probably not playing Mono White. If I am playing Mono White, then Apex Hawks is. Apex Hawks might make it because I've also got Tempest Hawk to contend with. I don't know. I think it might fail. As in, I don't think it's unless you're actually. Where the heck did you go? There you are. Can have any number of cards for that. Yeah. I think Tempest Hawk is going to be the reason Apex Hawks doesn't make it into anything realistically. Unless you're actually doing not just birds, but you actually do care. The thing is, if you do care about the +1 counters, then Apex Hawks probably rises up to the top. So you'd have to be building a bird deck that actually cares about +1 counters. That's not impossible. That's not even an unlikely concept. Kitesail Apprentice. As long as it's equipped, it has +1/+1 in flying. Cool. Equip it with anything that gives it vigilance. And you have a really cheap. You've got a cheap small Sarah. Let's see here. Type. Type equipment. IDW and O vigilance. What do we got for cheap mana value? Sort by mana value. So quarter shield, Cathar's shield. So I'm seeing 3 mana so far to give Vigilance at all. You can do it for 2. Either Virtue can do it for 2, Tarian's Soulclaver can do it for 2, Core Halberd can do it for 2. You are a core. I don't believe anybody else can do it for less than 2. Yeah, because anything else I'm seeing that's got like... Yeah. So there's 3 cards that can... There's 3 cards that can do it for 2, so that's not completely unreasonable. And then you get... Where were we? Eater of Virtue gives +2/+0. Oh! No. Eater of Virtue doesn't count, because that only counts if a creature exiled with Eater of Virtue has one of those abilities. So it's the Soulclaver or the Core Halberd. No. The Soulclaver is still 3 mana. The only way to get it for 2 then is the Core Halberd. Because I misread the Soulclaver. Core Halberd's the only way to get it for 2 mana. And I'm not talking about... I mean, yes, you can get it through other methods. You can get it from... you know, you could have something that's got, like, a huge mana cost. Like, this is... The Miram Bardiche is 5 to cast and 4 to equip. Batterskull is 5 to cast and 5 to equip, etc. You can go with big stuff and then go, hey, by the way, I'm going to use Brass Squire or something similar and do it that way. You can do that. Hey, Holly. I'm not counting those. I'm just counting their own inborn abilities. And yeah, Core Halberd is the only way to get Vigilance off an equipment for 2 mana. Interesting. Actually, hilariously, what was it I saw here a moment ago? Excalibur, Sword of Eden. 12 to cast, excess to cast for X's total mana value of historic permanents you control. So if you've got enough artifacts, legendaries, and sagas in play, and you use something like Brass Squire, which will put 3 towards it, if memory serves me correct, because Brass Squire is an artifact creature, so it does count. It has a way to equip a legendary creature for 2 mana. You use something like Brass Squire, you equip it to something else. Quick creature gets +10/+0 and has Vigilance. Wow, that would be silly. But yeah, no, Kitesail Apprentice, again, if you're playing with stuff that's got, like if you're playing an equipment-based deck and you're looking for some kind of payoff, a simple example of the sort of deck that I'm referring to, built on a bit of a Excuse you. Thank you. Built on a related premise would be my Squee Goblin Nabob deck, which is built around. It's not based around equipment, it's based around auras, but the premise is still the same. You throw auras on Squee or one of the 5 other creatures that are there specifically to be enchanted. Champion of the Flame gets bigger for each or equipment attached to it. Prophetic Flame Speaker, having double strike and trample means it's got a really good chance, if it's got any sort of size buff to it whatsoever, of actually getting through for damage to allow me to play extra cards. Rograch, son of Rogach, has got all the keywords that you want on a creature that you want to throw enchantments or equipment onto. It's like, he doesn't have any power himself, but you throw like everything onto him that gives him power, and he's already got like the keywords that you want to get started. Thran Golem, as soon as it's got an enchantment on it, becomes a 5/5 flying first strike trample, plus whatever the enchantment gives. And then Valduk turns around and spits out 3/1 trampling hasty elementals. Oh yeah. He is... Yep. M12 was apparently the first normal set where he was uncommon. And then Dominaria Remastered. So yeah, all 5 of these, I like to have a few extra cards in my deck in case things go wrong, and my general is suddenly, 9 mana or something like that. He's a 3-drop. If he's suddenly like 9 to cast, I'm like, okay, I'm not going to use him anymore. Or in case things get to the point where I can't sensibly do any more to my commander, let's spread some stuff out. Or if I feel that it's better, given the way the game is playing out, for me to spread out my auras, I want to have stuff that would be good to enchant. If you are... Yeah, exactly. If you're looking for a equipment deck, it is not a bad idea to have creatures in your deck for that, that fit that kind of premise. Kite Sail Apprentice is a not unreasonable card to put into a deck like that, because you are basically paying 1 mana for a 2/2 flyer. And all it takes is, well, I'm going to equip this thing anyway. Oh, Shadow Spear? This thing? Yeah. Turn it into a 3/3 Trample Vigilance lifelink that you can pay 1 to make your opponent's stuff lose indestructible and hexproof till end of turn. It's fine. No big deal. It's fine. Shadow thing. Lol. And a partridge and a pear tree. But yeah, Kite Sail Apprentice. Again, if you're looking for a not unreasonable payoff for playing with equipment in the first place, Kitesail Apprentice should at least be a consideration on that list. If you're also in red, Champion of the Flame, like any of these others would also fit in there, except for Thran Golem, because Thran Golem specifically cares about being equipped. But yeah, not an unreasonable card. Core Firewalker, if you're looking at any sort of, like, if your deck cares about gaining life at all, having a card of this nature is fine. Somebody at the table is probably playing red, so you're probably going to be gaining life off of one person. Keep in mind it's whenever a player casts a red spell. So it affects yourself as well. Also, you can pair it with cards like Painter's Servant, so that whenever a player casts a spell, you gain 1 life. Hilariously, with Painter's Servant in play naming red, this now has protection from everything that your opponents are trying to cast or already have in play. Because all lands now have a color to them. All creatures, all everything. Sway of Illusion? Sway of Illusion. Dun, 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 dun. Yeah. If I was doing something like that, though, I would go Shifting Sky instead. If I was doing something like that, I would do Shifting Sky instead. As it enters, choose a color. All non-land permanents are the chosen color. Yeah. Because this one does not affect lands, but it affects everything else. Well, at least everything that's in play. Core Firewalker could still be hit by stuff that's being cast. Painter's Servant means they couldn't target it at all. They can't target it, they can't deal damage to it, they can't block it, they can't enchant it. As long as you name Dread. And it's like, eh? So, yeah. There are combo ways to make it play. You could just play it fairly and assume that over the course of the game, you're probably going to gain like 4 or 5 life. At this point, yeah. But do we need any more? Yes, we do. But yeah, I think part of the reason why we don't have any new cards that care about the color of a card is because, like, part of that is we've shifted away from protection as a, well, no pun, as a protective ability. We've shifted away from that. We've headed more towards indestructible and hexproof and ward and stuff of that nature. Menace. We've gone that way. And I think if we had a set like, what was it? Was it M19? where we had a couple of cycles of cards that actually had protection from their opposing color. Let me think here. Cerulean Drake, is that the one I'm thinking of? M20. If we had cards like, if we go back to something like M20, where we've got a couple of cycles and stuff like that, then we may see some kind of uh, Painter's Servant kind of card coming back. Painter's Servant, Shifting Skies, something of that nature. But don't think I don't think it's likely unless that happens. That being said, where are you here? mtg.wiki. Converge. Battle for Zendikar. Number of colors of mana you spent to cast them. Not the colors it is. Is there a card that's similar to, is there an ability that's similar to Converge that cares about how many colors something is, rather than how many colors were used to cast it? I cannot think of one. Anywho, if we end up with something like that, maybe. Nah, Sunburst cares about how many colors were used to cast it. But yeah, Core Firewalker, I think is going to be, I think is in a normal commander game. I could see gaining like 6, 7 life over the course of a game. And having protection from red means it can go up against dragons and stuff. Actually, I would be better against probably, well, I was going to say goblins. I think it would be better against something like elementals. Although that also depends how you build the elemental deck. Iona's Judgment. There are enough cards that do something along this line. I would pass on Iona's Judgment. And in fact, I would even start off with, before I played Iona's Judgment, I would run Introduction to Annihilation, because they're both sorcery speed, they both cost 5 mana. They're both common. Exile target creature or enchantment. Exile target non-land permanent. Its controller draws a card. In most decks, I would rather play Introduction to Annihilation. There's also Angelic Purge, which I believe I have in my, I want to say my mono white commons deck. Because I produce so many tokens in that thing, it's not even funny. Exile target creature or enchantment. Exile target artifact creature or enchantment. 2 mana less. Additional cost, sack a permanent. Gee, sacrifice a permanent. I've got 2 mana lands. Cool. I sacrifice the land. I have 2 mana creature. I've got a bunch of random creatures. Cool. I'll sacrifice a creature. Angelic Purge, I can even tap, I can even sacrifice something that I tap to generate the mana to cast it in the first place. So, even if I'm restricting myself to commons, I would rather play Angelic Purge or Introduction to Annihilation over Iona's Judgment. There's a lot of cards I would rather play over Iona's Judgment. And again, I'm even assuming I'm restricting myself to sorcery and restricting myself to commons. There are better cards. Iona's Judgment, I would find pretty low on my list of options. I do enjoy the flexibility, but like I said, there's two cards that are more flexible at the same mana value or less at the same rarity that are just, most of the time, they're going to be better overall. Fledgling Griffin. 2 mana for a 2/2 flyer, 2 mana for a 2/2 with landfall, it gains flying. Honestly, don't bother. By this point, you should be able to just get a 2/2 flyer for 2 mana. Rarity equal common, mana value equal 2, ID equal white, KW flying, power greater than 1, toughness greater than 1. Okay, there's at least 2 of them. And since you're flying, you don't have to worry about your toughness as much, so you can get away a little easier with a 2/1 flyer. So, not unrealistically, 1 Core Skyfisher, really good to combo with a lot of things that you want to be able to replay anyway. Leonin, Sky Hunter, Mistral Charger, Silverbeak Griffin, Stormfront Pegasus. They're all 2 power. They're all 2 power flyers for 2 mana. Yeah, I would play those instead. Actually, let me just take a quick scan. Yeah, okay. Guardian Zendikar. Guardian Zendikar keeps your land from dying quickly. The Zendikars are the Zendikars are a little bit like one of the precursors to earthbending, in that and you could make an argument for like a few other things as well, like the, what was it from Kamigawa? Oh, I can see them. You paid mana to turn, like you enchanted the land, and then you paid mana to turn it into the relevant creature. Block. Do you not do that anymore? Oh, Genju. Oh, they weren't enchant land, they were enchant the basic land type. Yeah. The Genjus turns the land, you pay 2 mana, it turns the land into a creature with, usually with some kind of ability attached. When the land died, you got the Genju back to hand. The Zendikars, when the land died, you got the land back to hand. So you would lose the enchantment, but you would keep the land. This averages to a 4/4 with defender. Yeah, that's eh. A 4/4 with defender should be about 3 mana anyway. Should be about 3 mana anyways. So this is about what it should be just as a creature. I think it should cost a little less based on that. That being said, it is, as soon as you enchant the land, it is now that. Also, it can enchant any land. Does not have to be yours. Does not have to have a... Oh no. I just had a terrible, horrible, awful idea. Zendikar. Win Zendikar. Oh no. My mono blue ramp deck is gonna has a couple of strip mine effects in it. Put the Zendikar on your strip mine. Sack the strip mine to blow up a thing. Get the land back. Get the land back to your hand because of the Zendikar's ability, and the blue one is only a single blue. Replay the strip mine. I mean, yeah, I already have a way around that with cards like Crucible of Worlds and Scaretiller, but it does give me a slightly more aggressive creature than I would normally have. And B, a way to actually get a land back that I'd actually want at the same time. So I think Win Zendikar is actually going to have to make it into that list. Where are you here? Win Zendikar. Worldwake. What were you? Can't remember what it's called. But yeah, if you are playing a deck that has lands and don't have an easy way to get them back, so you're not playing green, and you don't, for whatever reason, have easy access to... You don't have easy access to Crucible of Worlds or if you don't have easy access to Crucible of Worlds, you should be looking into Scaretiller. This would give you a one shot that's to have a similar effect. So that is something to keep in mind. Lightkeeper of Emeria, you are basically looking at a you're looking at an Azure Drake that is going to gain you 2 life for each additional white mana you paid into it. Azure Drake? What the heck is Azure Drake? Azure Drake. 1 blue, 3 other for a 2/4 flyer. 1 white, 3 other for a 2/4 flyer. If you care about gaining extra life, maybe. Also keep in mind, this isn't going to be, this gains me 2 life, and this gains me 2 life, and this gains me 2 life, so I'm going to gain 2 life 3 times. No, this is, I have 3 items that gain me life. I have 3, I've paid the cost 3 times. I am going to gain 6 life in 1 chunk. It's not I gain 2 life each. It's I gain 6 life. There is a difference. Because stuff that cares about how many instances of life gain that you've had. And Holly's probably going, yes, I've heard this before, blah, 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 blah. And not everybody has heard this before, so. Oh, just the thing about. Oh, just the thing about life gain and the fact, does your if you have an effect that can let you gain 10 life, or sorry, if you have a way to gain 10 life, does your deck care more about you gaining, having 10 instances of gain 1 life or 1 instance of gain 10 life? Which is more relevant to the way your deck is built. And this is going to give you 1 instance of gain, potentially 10 life, potentially more life. Depends on how much extra mana you spend on it. I do not remember Forbidden Crypt. Card. Forbidden Crypt. What would that have to do with anything? I am confused. Not that it takes much. But, yeah. Realistically, I have trouble imagining paying the... I thought there was a card that... Oh! The various Lich effects. The white words. Oh, no. That's the other way around. Jeepers H. Whenever you gain life, you drew a card instead. I don't think so. Oh, yes. Some of the Lich effects say if you would gain life, you draw that many cards instead. Whoops. Sort by color. Lich itself does that. Nefarious Lich says that. Yeah, those Lich and Nefarious Lich say that. There's probably other cards as well that have a similar effect, but not that I saw from a quick immediate search. But yeah, Lightkeeper of Emeria, I would assume you're probably not paying its multi-kicker more than twice, so you're not gaining more than 4 life. At which point, if you're playing it to gain life, find something else. Oh yeah, I know. I know. No, Words of Worship is the one you want. I think it's Words of Worship. Words of Worship. Yeah, that one. But yeah, if you're looking at a card like Lightkeeper of Emeria, there's a there's a similarly costed card. I don't remember what it's called. I'm pretty sure it's a 2/4 flying lifelink, which would do so much better for you compared to Lightkeeper of Emeria. Um, keyword life link, keyword flying type angel. Good enough. Sort by mana value. Seraph of Dawn. And it's even a lower rarity. And then if you're considering even paying the kicker once, you at 5 mana you have Angel of Invention, Archangel of Thune, Baneslayer Angel, Boonbringer Valkyrie, um, Exalted Sunborn, Lyra Dawnbringer, Militant Angel, all of which are 5 mana and are going to be strictly better than a 2/4 flyer that comes in and play and gains you 2 life. Veteran's Reflexes. So realistically, you only really want to play that if you can generate a bunch of white mana and you need to generate a bunch of life. For some reason. Holly's thinking about mixing it with cards like Lich or Nefarious Lich, so you can turn all that life gain into card draw directly, because Nefarious Lich says if you would gain life, draw that many cards instead. And that is a way to turn around and go, hey, by the way, you know, making that life gain into something useful other than just extra life. Now, what are you going to do with those extra cards? Library of Lang to protect for, yeah, or I mean, there's Library of Lang or Spellbook. Library of Lang, I would only specifically worry about if if I expected somebody in the group of people I was playing was going to be playing discard. Um, Otherwise, I would rather Reliquary Tower or what about that card? Reliquary Tower, Thought Vessel. Yeah, probably Reliquary Tower or Thought Vessel. Probably not Decanter of Endless Water in general. I would probably play those two first. Veteran's Reflexes. 1 mana instant, target creature gets +1 until end of turn. Untap that creature. Assume everything wants to kill you. At the very least, assume everything wants what's in your pack. Uh, yeah, there's a few ways to make this work. If you're looking at stuff that's in Secrets of Strixhaven and you're looking at, I think it's Silver Quill, you are going to want cards that do stuff like this. Now, I think there might be a better version of this card, like at the same mana value. There might be a better version that cantrips, but even if there's not, this is still okay. And if you're looking at building based on, oh, what was it? Is his name Killian or something like that? Uh, oh, he's Secrets of Strixhaven, commander. But yeah, watermark silver quill. There we go. Sort by color. Yeah, this is it. What? How did you? Excuse you. I said English. It does not want to give me the English one. I I I am very confused. But anyway, graduation day. Whenever you cast an instant or sorcery that targets a creature, put +1 counter on a thing. Why is... Why am I suddenly not being able to pull up... Anyway. Oh, colon counter. But yeah, you start looking at... Yeah, I know. But... Oh, repartee. There we go. That's the ability I want. That's the specific ability I want. Whenever you cast an instant or sorcery spell that targets a creature, put a +1 counter on target creature you control, each creature you control, this creature. Yeah, stuff like that. And so cards like Veteran's Reflexes in decks like that are going to be really good. You're going to want a handful of cards like that. You're ideally going to want cards like Isochron Scepter in that deck so that you can do it consistently, like every turn. So I think that's going to be a thing that people are going to want to play. Joint, like, because of Secrets of Strixhaven. It does fit into other decks as well, let's be honest. It does fit in other decks as well. But Secrets of Strixhaven, having just come out uh, a week and a half ago, is going to be getting everybody's attention. Veterans Reflexes is going to be getting more attention than it would otherwise. Keep in mind, it doesn't care what kind of spell it is, and it doesn't care how many creatures it targets. Does this target? Is at least one of the targets a creature? Trigger. Join the ranks. The only reason realistically to play this compared to anything else is because you're playing allies. Even when I was building my mono white commons only deck, I saw this and I'm like, nah, man. Yeah, it's an instant, but it's 4 mana for 2/1/1s. See ya, Holly. I could put this in, and I'm like, eh? If I'm playing sorcery speed, fine. Sure, I might be, but I can get my stuff out a turn earlier. I should not be paying, where are you here? Boop, noodle. I should not be paying, uh, oops, I should not be paying 4 mana. Let's see here. Group cards by, no, start cards by converted mana cost. If I'm paying 4 mana for it, it's got to be worth paying 4 mana for it. At 2 mana, I've got Raise the Alarm, which is 2 mana instant speed. 2 2 mana sorceries. One of which will occasionally get me 3 tokens. One of which in rare circumstances can get me 5. At 3 mana, I have a 2/2 first strike that'll come into play with a 1/1. 2/1/1s with a lifelink. And a flash enchantment that's basically, this is one more than Raise the Alarm, but I can sack it to scry 2. And I gain 2 life when it enters as well. At 4 mana, I've got 2/2/2s with Vigilance. A 2/2 creature that comes into play. A 2/2 Vigilance that comes into play with a 2/2 Vigilance. 2/1/1 flyers, and I gain 2 life. And that's all at 2 to 4 mana. For 3 bodies, realistically, I'm looking at Captain's Call, which is 3/1/1s. Sons Enlistment is 3/1/1s with Retrace. You're Confronted by Robbers is 3/1/1s. Battle Screech is 2/1/1 flyers, but I can flash it back by tapping 3 untapped white creatures I control, which is basically the 2 birds that I just made plus any other creature. So I'm looking at Join the Ranks, and it's like, why would I play this? The only reason to play this specifically, in general, is you're playing allies. Maybe, and I'm stretching it here, if you're playing soldiers. But realistically, you're playing allies, and you're using this as a pump spell of sorts. Because allies tend to have abilities that say whenever another ally enters, you do X. And we saw a fair amount of that when we covered Zendikar last week. You play this if you're playing allies. Otherwise, this is a worse Raise the Alarm. Why would you pay 4 mana when for 4 mana I can get 3 entire bodies? You're playing this because it's instant and because they're allies. I That being said, allies is one of those casually popular creature types. You know, people that like to make more fun, more interesting decks, and don't want to go with like one of the big decks. They want to go like the next tier down. Allies is one of them. I'm not saying it's bad, but like your top tier are going to be things like goblins and zombies and stuff like that that have had support since day one. And so you've got 30 plus years worth of cards to have, you know, to grab from. And then allies at the at the like we're even talking like casual command, where allies is like the next tier down. It's popular. It's got enough support. It's not a it's not insane, but it's good and it's playable and it's flexible and it's you know I might argue Slivers also falls in there. Might. Although Slivers might be like halfway between the two. um Blue cards. Surikar Banisher. 5 mana for a 3/3. When it enters, you may return target tapped creature to its owner's hand. It doesn't say anything about creature you control, just target tapped creature. The drawback is that the creature has to be tapped, but it's not an unreasonable card, but compare it to Llanowar. 1 blue plus 2 for a 2/2 that just returns a creature. This is 2 more mana for +1/+1 and a restriction on what kind of creature you can return. But it's a May ability. What? When this enters, return target creature to its owner's hand. When this enters, you may return target tapped creature to its owner's hand. That being said, if you really want to be a pain in the neck, pain in the butt, pain in a few places, make a deck where a lot of your creature base, maybe your entire creature base, is based around this. Of course, you may want to head it by Venser Shaper Savant. Might use this as your general. Foundation's Jumpstart is only 38 cents? Really? 4 mana for 2/2 with Flash. When it enters, return target spell or permanent to its owner's hand. You can always find something. But yeah, make a deck based around bouncing your opponent's stuff and go, hey, by the way, dun 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 dun. And the funny thing is, anything that's got flash means you can flash it, after attackers are declared, flash it in, return that attacker back to your hand. Now I block with this one. Etc. etc. But yeah, I could see that would be a frustrating deck to build around, but oh my dog. Somebody's going to have done it somewhere. I almost want to do that for Yeah, I think that would be one of those. I might try and come up with that as like a commons only deck just to see what happens. At least sketch it out and see what it looks like. Horizon Drake? Horizon Drake. I love this for multiple reasons. It's a 3 mana, 3 power flyer, which is already a big deal. Protection from lands. Protection from lands sounds weird. And it is weird. But what it does do is it can get past anything that's, well, a land creature. And those are a bit more common than you might expect. You've got your creeping tar pits. You've got your restless reefs. You've got your what's the cycle that's in standard right now? Oh no, restless reef, etc. is still in standard, isn't it? um, it also means your opponent can't do weird things like um, what is it? Valakut the Mountain Pinnacle, or there's occasionally lands that actually have abilities themselves to like ping, ping creatures or players or minus counters or whatever. Um, so I wouldn't quite call it an aggressive creature, but I would consider it like a good, like, I think, like, it's, I would say it's good enough to play in Commander. I would say it's like if you're playing Drakes, you should play it. Again, you're paying 3 mana for a 3 power flying creature, which is already a big deal. Yes, it's only got 1 toughness, but it's a cheap flying threat that you can get out quickly and is immune to certain things. And then when you take a look at the kind of decks that people like to build, um I can't remember the name of the general off the top of my head, but there's one legendary creature where it's like um all your is it a Shaya I'm thinking of? It might be a Shaya. Turns your non-token creatures you control are forest lands in addition to their other types. Yeah. Non-token creatures you control are yeah. So if somebody's playing a Shaya, you go, oh, that's nice. Cool. And you keep this back as a blocker, and they're like, okay, you block it and don't care because they are now also lands. And you can still using it to start killing off lands. And Ashaya is not a uncommonly played commander. And it doesn't even necessarily have to be the commander. It can be, it can be in the command zone. It can be in the 99. Either way, that's fine. It's still a really good card. And Horizon Drake gives you an answer for less than a quarter to dealing with that. I I I personally really like Horizon Drake. I think it is. I think it's underappreciated, and I would play this like I have considered very strongly, very seriously playing it in modern. Modern might now be too fast for me for that. It's still a good card. Voyager Drake. I've said in the past, I have said in the past, I do not like creatures that say when they come into play, target creature gains flying till end of turn. This is probably a no pun intended. See its rarity symbol. This is probably an uncommon exception to that because it's a 4 mana 3/3, which is fine. And then on top of that, it has multi-character of paying a blue, and you can give however many creatures you want flying until end of turn. Which means that you can actually do it for, if you do it for like 3, let's say, that's not an unreasonable situation to be in. Ping 7 mana, get a 3/3, and give 3 of your guys flying till end of turn, which is a lot more useful than target creature gains flying till end of turn. And that's at the point where it's, by the time you get about, 6 mana, maybe 7, you're at the point where you can spare. You're at the point where uh you can spare taking a turn off playing a creature, taking a couple of guys, tossing them up into the air, and then flying overhead with them. If you've got if you've got the ability to cast stuff as an instant, you can suddenly go and give a bunch of your team flying and turn them into blockers. This is fine. It's a Drake that gives you the ability to spread your wings a bit more. It's I'm not amazed by it, but I think it's fine. In general, for this kind of effect, I would rather you play with a card like Levitation or Wonder or something of that nature instead. But it's okay. Vapor Snare. They like trying to find ways to reprint control magic and make it not quite control magic, and mind control. They've eventually realized people don't want to pay 5 mana for mind control. They certainly don't want to pay 6 unless there's something really good going on. And 7 is right out. But can we make this somewhere between mind control and control magic in cost? But give it some kind of something else. So this is, 5 mana, but only requires a single blue, which is a big difference over control magic and mind control. Gain control of target, you control enchanted creature. But it only requires a single blue. Okay, that's interesting. At the beginning of your upkeep, sacrifice this aura unless you return the land you control to its owner's hand. This is not a problem for a lot of decks, depending on the kind of lands that you're playing. If you were playing with lands that, like, there are lands with enter the battlefield triggers that you want to be able to reuse. Let's say you're in Simic. Well, if you're in Simic, you might be playing you might be playing Hedge Maze. Well, you return Hedge Maze back to your hand. And then you play it later, somehow, and you surveil again. Or you are playing, what do you call it? Or you're playing with deserts. And a lot of deserts, especially the ones out of Outlaws of Thunder Junction. This one obviously isn't, but a lot of the ones in Outlaws of Thunder Junction say when this land enters, 1 damage to target player or planeswalker. How about... oh geez, what do you call it? Mystic Sanctuary. Enters untapped unless you control 3 or more other islands. You've got 5 mana. Chances are you hit 3 islands, unless you're not playing a lot of basics or a lot of lands with basic land types. When it enters untapped, you may put target instant or sorcery card from your graveyard on top of your library. So, something with a good enter the battlefield ability. Or, alternatively, cards like Gemstone Mine. Enters with 3 mine encounters. Does not say it enters tapped. Tap and remove a mine encounter from this land. Add 1 mana of any color. If there's no mine encounters on it, sacrifice it. So you activate it twice, then return it back to your hand with Vapor Snare, and then play it again. Play it again later the turn you return it, and you keep going that every so often, and have like 3 or 4 land. Have a few lands. Ideally, I would probably say somewhere around 7 or 8. Like if you're playing with a card like Vapor Snare, you want lands that you want to return consistently. So you probably want to run like 7 or 8 lands that you want to be able to return. If you're in black, if you're in at least Dimir, you want a card like Bojuka Bog. When it enters, exile target player's graveyard. Consistently, at least a couple of bucks. Yeah. So Vapor Snare, look into lands that you have an interest in playing consistently. If you're in Izzet, you may have enough mountains to actually sensibly play Velikut the Molten Pinnacle. Glimmer Post would be a good land to bounce. Potentially. But yeah, Velikut. Then even if you're not drawing lands, you can be returning lands on a regular base. You know, you can be returning a land, play it. You're in Izzet. You probably won't waste to drop extra lands in a play, so the aforementioned Walking Atlas that I talked about. Actually, that's actually the thumbnail for this stream. Velikut the Molten Pinnacle is another land where it's like, cool, I'll return Steam Vents to my hand on my upkeep. I'll replay it. I don't care if it enters tapped. You're taking another 3, etc., etc. Glimmer Post, is that the lifeland? Yeah, that's the lifeland. Glimmer Post, I think I could see an argument for it. Whoops, that's not where I want to be. Oh, there's a new post. Oh. When did you come out? Modern 3 Horizons? I need to pick up a copy of that. I need to pick up a couple of copies of that. Probably just 2. But okay. Glimmer Post, Cloud Post, Trench Post. Vesuva. Starts with a T. Thespian Stage. If you're trying to create enough posts, it's I mean, it's not easy. How Planar Nexus. How much is Planar Nexus? Not expensive. Okay. Yeah, so I need a couple of trench. I probably 1 or 2 trench posts, 1 or 2 Planar Nexus. I'll have to keep an eye on that. But yeah, so Vapor Snare, yes, it's got a drawback, but it's got the kind of drawback that you can turn into a benefit. And a lot of drawbacks you can't really do that with. It is hard, for example, to take the drawback of Abyssal Persecutor and make it into a benefit. Something like Vapor Snare, on the other hand, is something that you can make work for you. And it doesn't take much. It just takes looking at the kind of cards that you're playing with and going from there. Sejiri Merfolk. I mean, this is simple. Are you playing? I would say. Are you playing a vaguely aggressive deck that runs at least, I would say at least Azorius, and probably not more than 3 colors. I would suggest probably not more than 3 colors. You could go deeper than that, but that partly depends on how deep your wallet is. Because if you want to go deeper than that, you want, you're playing 4 colors or 5 colors and you're trying to play an aggressive deck, you really want lands, and you want to play with a card like Sejiri Merfolk, you really want lands that enter or can enter untapped that have the relevant basic land types. So, alright, fine. So, Hallowed Fountain and other variants thereof. Prairie Stream, Tundra, you're really going to want, which also means you're going to want your relevant fetch lands. So that's going to be, I would say, at least 5. Oh! Oh, okay. Oh, 08. Oh, just the opposing. We only get the opposing ones because it's Secrets of Strixhaven. Which hopefully means that in an upcoming set, maybe we get, I mean, we might get, Marvel might get us the allied color ones because we've got Bruce Banner, for example, which is red-green. Well, it's blue and red and green. Super Scroll. Super Scroll is 5 colors. I could see it. Hopefully we get the others. Hopefully we get the other 5. I mean, hopefully we get the other 5 soon. Hopefully before the end of the year. At that point, you know, getting into, actually, if you're playing 3 colors, pretty much regardless, you're going to have at least one opposing colored dual land available. Back of Magic card. Images. Boop. Open image, a new tab. Boop. That is not useful. That is somebody adding an additional one. Open image, a new tab. There we go. Wait, yeah. This is a little faded, but that's fine. A lot of cards that are really old are going to look a little faded anyway. But if you've got white here and blue here, even if it's three allied colors, you're going to be looking at white, blue, and black, where white and black oppose, or blue, black, and green, where blue and green oppose. And if you're looking at a wedge, you're looking at blue and white and red, while red opposes white and blue. Open image, new tab. Do you look better? And I really want something that looks better. Oh well. Anywho, so if you're playing three colors, you're going to have access to an opposing land, which means you, between that and fetch lands and whatever, you should be able to come up with a plains. At which point, 2 mana for a 3/1 for a 2/1 first strike lifelink is pretty good and pretty easy to come by. If you're just sticking with two colors, if you're just looking at two colors, you can more easily swing just running basic plains. You have enough ability to fetch them, etc., etc. And one thing I realized when I was coming up with my Boros aggro deck was that my commander for this deck is 3 mana. Okay? My commander up there is 3 mana. Whoops. So I'm not running anything in the 3 mana slot because I expect to be able to play my commander on 3. Realistically, at 1 mana, you're getting 2 power creatures. You might get a 3 if you're lucky. Realistically, you're getting 2. At 2 mana, 2 power is mundane. 3 power is not difficult, especially with all the 3/1s for 2 there are these days. 4 mana is conceivable. What? Jotun Grunt, as an example, is 4 mana for is a 4/4 for 2. And you get stuff like Relentless Raptor, that is a 3/3 for 2. You know, if you're paying 2 colored mana and it's 2 different colors, you tend to get a 3/3 with a 3/2, a 2/3, a 3/3 with some kind of abilities built in. And then you get things like Blood Rage Brawler, which is a 2 mana 4/3 when it enters, discard a card. So coming up with 3 or 4 power on turn 2 is not difficult. And thus I realize, and that's a lot more. That's a lot more than it is for, than you get at 1 mana. Well, if that's a lot more than what you can get at 1 mana, then why bother playing anything at 1 mana and just go straight to turn 2? Which means I should not have closed that yet. I've got nearly 2 dozen cards I'm playing on turn that I can play on turn 2. I only have Soul Ring on turn 1, I think. Plus some, plus Ash Barrens. And then I have, I have 15 dual lands. Enters tapped. This I can't. This I'm not playing on turn 1. Enters tapped. Enters tapped. Enters tapped. On turn 1 would enter tapped. Probably enters tapped. Enters tapped. Enters tapped. Enters tapped. So that's like half my dual lands. It's like, why are you playing so many tap lands? Because on turn 1 it doesn't matter. What am I playing on turn 1? I'm not. But they all do something useful. So, if you build on that premise, if you build on a similar premise, then Sejiri Merfolk is not unreasonable. Although, no, I would probably put it in if I'm playing Azorius Merfolk, I could see it running. But I'd have to take that into consideration. And it's getting later than I think it is. Because I spent a lot of time talking about the Merfolk. So, Permafrost Trap. 4 mana. It's a trap! Tap up to 2 target creatures. Basically stun them. They don't untap next turn. But unlike stunning, they can still untap by other methods. Stunning just turns around and says, yeah, you're not untapping. If you would untap, take one, you remove a stunness. If an opponent had a green creature enter under their control this turn, you may pay blue rather than, you can pay a single blue rather than the 4 mana. And if you're looking to, again, this is one of the various types of, blue doesn't get fog, but there's 2 different categories of fogness that blue gets. And one is giving creatures -X, -0 to land a turn. I think as a global, -2 is probably the highest. But that does make a difference. And the other is tapping stuff down. You could make an argument for a third one being something like Aetherize. But that's, it's really good, but it's there'd only be a couple of cards realistically that do what Aetherize does. But stuff like tapping your opponent's stuff down, a little more common. You want stuff like Sleep, you want stuff like Cryptic Command, etc. And so, yeah, Permafrost Trap. If you're looking for a blue card that feels vaguely Fog-esque, it's a consideration. And the funny thing is, people don't look at this as a Fog-like card, but it kind of is, because it stops somebody from being able to attack with creatures. And, as a net result, being able to deal damage to you. Which is what Fog is for. Prevent damage that's being dealt to you. This stops them from being able to attack, and thus being able to deal damage to you. Spell Contortion. I so badly misunderstood how Spell Contortion actually works. So Spell Contortion starts off as a bad mana leak, or a bad quench, or it'll quench you. or miscalculation because it costs 3 rather than 2. But regardless of whether or not the spell was countered, it's got multi-kicker of blue plus 1. For each blue plus 1 that you spent, you also get to draw a card. So as long as this does not get countered, you draw a card. So for 5 mana, counter target spell unless its controller pays 2, draw a card. 7 mana, counter target spell unless its controller pays 2, draw 2 cards. 9 mana, counter target spell unless its controller pays 2, draw 3 cards. It scales okay. It's just that it's a little expensive, to start off with. I think if I'm Crim and I want to build a stack, or I'm Saffron Olive and I want to build a stack, and I want to make people feel miserable. Not by the end of the game they feel miserable, but just like, ugh. Then I might not be, I might allow a handful of cards that say, can't, stop the spell unless they pay some cost. Because it does give them a way around doing things. They just need to, it gives them a way. Hey, you have a way around it. You just have less resources for the rest of the turn. This really, in my opinion, wants to be in a deck with a reasonable amount of cost reducers of some sort. Doesn't have to be a lot, but a reasonable amount of them. Something like, what do you call it? Is it Sky Medallion? No, Sapphire Medallion. Something like Sapphire Medallion. Something like Goblin Electromancer. Something of that nature. That, let's say 5 of them is probably good. So that it's not unreasonable that by the time I go to cast this, it is, blue for the, I'm paying Quench for the first one, and then draw, and 2 for each 2 for the additional card draw. If I have 2 of them out, okay, now I'm paying a single blue for the Quench instead of 2 mana. And if I happen to hit 3, then now I'm looking at, I can pay double blue, counter target spell unless its controller pays 2, and draw a card. And I think most control players of any sort would actually be pretty happy with that. And then, or pay triple blue plus 1, the same cost as Cryptic Command. Counter target spell unless its controller pays 2. Draw 2 cards. And I think that's, you don't have to go overboard, but I think about half a dozen cards that can reduce stuff like that would be a good place to go. But yeah, I'm seeing like this top row feels playable. This feels playable. The first one I'm unthrilled with is the spell contortion. Enclave Elite, 3 mana for a 2/2 island walk, multi kicker of 2, enters with a +1 counter for each time it was kicked. This is basically like it's the blue analog to the Apex Hawks. You're getting a 3 mana 2/2 with some kind of evasion. Pay 2 mana for its multi kicker cost to put +1 counters on. And I, you know, I could see this going into my mono blue ramp deck. I've actually got myself to the point in games where I was able to actually pull ahead of green decks. And keep in mind, I'm not playing I'm not actually playing a control game here. This is all stuff that either taps for mana or fetches lands. Um, this requires description, you know, actually discussing what actually happens. This is all stuff that I want to ramp into. This is stuff that's here to net me extra mana in some way, shape, or form. Mana drain literally is there. I don't even care if the spell the spell target says it can't be countered. I want the extra mana. This is all stuff that fetches lands. Notice the fact that I've got Sword of Hearth and Home and Sword of the Animist that can both fetch me lands every turn. Spot removal. But yeah, like this is playing like a normal ramp deck. Not a normal blue ramp deck, because a blue ramp deck commonly relies on generating extra artifacts. I'm not doing that. I'm trying to play this like a green deck. And this I want this to feel more like it's playing green than it's playing more like it's playing green than it's playing blue. And a card like Enclave Elite, because it enters with +1 counters, this is not a thing that is common for blue. So this is the kind of card I can see putting into that deck. And in fact, a card like, what was it, Sphinx Magosi, was part of what triggered the idea of trying to make a ramp deck that felt green, because I cared less about the card draw. It's really good, it's really useful. I cared more about the +1/+1 counter on it, because that's not a thing that blue commonly gets. Apologies. Trying to finish that up before, because it's starting to get warm, and I'm like, it's better when it's cold. But yeah, Enclave Elite, this is the kind of card I have no problem putting into a deck like that, because, again, it does a thing that's unusual for blue. Would I put it in a Merfolk deck? I probably still would, especially now that we've got Harbinger of the Seas, Harbinger of the Tides. I forget what it's actually called. Harbinger of the Seas. That turns non-basic lands into islands. Now that we have that out, this Island Walk ability is going to be more useful. And I'm playing Merfolk, so all the Lord of Atlantis effects and Master of the Pearl Trident and Marrow Reach and all that jazz to pump them up. You know, they're going to end up being able to attack unblockably quite often for 5, 6, 7, 8 damage. Mysteries of the Deep. Meh. 5 mana instant, draw 2. If you had a land enter under your control this turn, draw 3 instead. Not, like, I saw it and I'm like, I don't really care about this card. There are, like, because the thing is, I can pay 1 less mana and not care about landfall and just draw 3. In fact, at instant speed, if I'm trying to dig for cards as opposed to get ahead in cards, if I'm trying to dig for cards, I can play Thirst for Knowledge and, you know, Thirst for Meaning, Thirst for Discovery, Compulsive Research, similar cards like that are all 3 mana, mostly instant. Draw 3. Yep. Harbinger could do the Urza Saga trick. Yeah, it's literally the same ability as Blood Moon and Magus of the Moon. It's literally the same ability as those, except Island instead of Mountain. But yeah, mysteries and but yeah, those lists of cards I mentioned, the thirsts and compulsive research, it's like draw 3 and then discard 2 cards unless you discard a card of a given category. And most of those are instants, so I'm like, why would I play Mysteries of the Deep instead of one of those? There's enough ways to just draw 3 cards as an instant in blue. In fact, mana value equal 5, ID equal blue, mana 4. Sort by... Nope, okay. Alright. Cerebral Download. Surveil X for X's number of artifacts you control, then draw 3. I'm just looking at instants right now. Enhance Awareness. Draw 3, then discard a card. Focus the Mind. Draw 3, then discard a card. Cost 2 less if you cast another spell this turn. Intellectual Offering. Choose an opponent. You and that player each draw 3 cards. Choose an opponent. Untap all non-land permanents you control and all non-land permanents that player controls. So it's a twist on Secret Rendezvous. Library of Latinum. Well, no, can't count you because you are sorcery. Nope. Unfathomable Truth. Draw 3, then create an Eldrazi spawn token. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 ways that are all instant. Yeah, there are 6 instants that all say something about draw 3 cards. Mysteries of the Deep is like the ones that I would say are strictly better are Unfathomable Truths and Cerebral Download. Intellectual Offering is debatable because you and an opponent draw 3, just like Secret Rendezvous, and you and an opponent also untap 3 lands. Or, sorry, untap all your non-land permanents. Enhance Awareness and Focus the Mind, not quite the same thing because you also have to discard a card. However, Focus the Mind is better because it can potentially be a 3-drop rather than a 5-drop. Mysteries of the Deep is like, it's only drawing 2. It is approximately, actually, yeah, it is approximately equivalent to these 2. Okay, good night, Smite. Or good Smite night. Something. But yeah, there's at least 2 cards that are strictly better at the exact same cost and also instant. Yeah, just pass on Mysteries of the Deep. Goliath Sphinx, the only reason I'm playing Goliath Sphinx in any deck at all is Sphinx Tribal, and this thing is huge. It is one of the rare cards that is I am bigger creature than what it costs to cast in blue and don't have any drawbacks apart from being a lot to cast. What? So, general rule of thumb, general starting point. And this can be, there's flexibility to this. For every combined point of power and toughness, which is why you keep seeing me say, a 2/6, well, that averages to a 4/4 and go from there. For every combined point of power and toughness, you should be looking around 1 mana to cast it. So a 2/6, 2 plus 6 is 8. Cut that in half is 4. You should be looking around 4 mana to cast it. Which is part of what made Indomitable Ancients really good, was because it's a 2/10 that, again, also only cost 4 mana to cast. It was bigger than what the math might suggest. It was also higher rarity, so they're allowed to be a little stronger. But blue tends to have the weakest creatures at that cost. For 7 mana, you might be looking at like a 6/6, and if you're lucky, a 6/6 flyer. Blue really gets undercosted creatures, and when they do, they've got some kind of drawback attached. So, if you look at blue creatures in general, if you look at creatures in general, you're looking at, for 7 mana, you should be looking around a 7/7. You're looking at a higher rarity card, okay. Well, it's got flying. it's also got that 8th point of power, and it's not a 7/7, and it's not an 8/6, it's an 8/7. It actually costs more to cast. Or sorry, it costs less to cast than its power and toughness would suggest. And again, blue tends to be, fairly weak on the creature scale. Now it doesn't have any other abilities, it doesn't have a bounce ability or anything else like that. It's just a big dumb beater. But for what blue realistically gets in general, it's actually a fairly efficient beater. So, Goliath Sphinx. I'm playing it in my Sphinx tribal deck because it is a big dumb beater with no drawback, and it's bigger. Like, it's not just a big dumb beater, it's a big dumb beater that is bigger than its mana cost would suggest. I would normally expect 7 mana. I would expect a 6/6 flyer. If I'm lucky, a 6/7 or a 7/6 or maybe a 6/8. But that's it. I'm not expecting even a 7/7 flyer for 7 mana. So, and the other thing is, once you get past a certain point in size, you have to start taking a look at what kind of removal can actually get rid of it. White and black don't care. White and black just go, you know what? We're getting rid of it regardless of how big it is. White usually has a way to either get it back or give compensation. Black costs a little bit more and says just get rid of it. Just get rid of it. Green and blue has trouble getting rid of stuff on a permanent basis. In recent years, it's leaned a little more into the, turning a creature into something else, like Raven Form and Resculpt and effects like that. You exile whatever it was, and they get something else instead. They get a 1/1, they get a 1/1 flyer, they get a 4/4 elemental, whatever. Red and green, in general, the way people commonly build their decks, the way Wizards of the Coast designs cards for people to play that people normally gravitate towards, generally care about how big the creature is and have to go based on that. So, if you're killing a creature that has more than 4 toughness, red normally needs 2 cards to kill it. To do so mana efficiently. Because red can get to 4 damage for 1 mana, sometimes 2, but sometimes for 1 to target creature. Not too bad. Very occasionally 5. But 5 usually requires either big restrictions on what it's hitting or some additional cost to be paid of some sort. Anything bigger than that is going to require a lot more investment paying a bunch more mana as an example, or it's going to require more than one card. So anything that's bigger than, let's say, 4 toughness is going to require 2 cards. Green, barring Death Touch, is going to need, is going to have to do it based on fight/bite in general. And you're going to have a decent sized body and a fight spell or bite spell. And again, you're going to have to invest a fair amount into being able to do this. If you're looking at killing off a Goliath Sphinx, for example, you need to get past 7 toughness. Now, it is a flyer. It does have that going for it. So, green can turn around and go, hey, by the way, destroy target flying creature. And that's usually around, realistically, with the cards people are actually playing. Like, is it Atrax's Fall I'm thinking of? Yeah, Atrax's Fall. You're often looking 2 mana as a sorcery or 3 mana as an instant. But if you're not looking at destroy target creature with flying, you're going to have to deal 7 damage to a creature, which means you're going to have to spend, not unrealistically, probably 5 mana on the creature itself, and then 1 on your fight, 1 or 2 on your fighter bite spell, so paying about the same cost. Or you could get a healthy sized smaller creature for cheaper, probably 3 mana, but then you're looking at a fighter bite spell that also pumps the creature that you're dealing with. So if you're looking at something like Steel Leaf Champion or Leatherback Baloth or something else that's like, 4 or 5 power, well, now I still need to deal like +2 or +3 to my creature and then have it bite or fight. At which point I'm probably spending another 3 mana or so. So you're still looking at spending 2 and probably losing your creature in the meantime. So spending, again, at least 2 cards, again, barring Atrax's Fall and the like. You're looking at spending 2 or 3 cards to get rid of something like Goliath Sphinx. And even if we do rewind back and go back to the idea about Death Touch, your Death Toucher is generally going to be a small creature. Sure, I spend 1 mana here. You might as well, am I right? So you're looking at spending 1 mana on the 1 or 2 mana, well, 1 to 3 mana on the Death Toucher, and then 1 or 2 mana on the Fighter Bite spell. And again, you're spending like, let's say 4 mana and 2 cards to get rid of a card like this. Which is why bigger creatures can commonly end up getting more built into them than the mana cost suggests, because you're already once they're at a certain size, you've already taken with the amount of mana that you spend, you're already taking into consideration how much resource is going to be necessary to get rid of it. Well, now you can just start throwing extra stuff on it. Goliath Sphinx is not a card I would expect most decks to like most decks to like I would not expect most people to see a 7 mana 8 power flying creature in blue with no drawback attached to it. Even when I saw this when it first came out, I'm like, what on earth? This thing is huge for its cost. But white and black can just... Hey, Roar! White and black can just get rid of it easy. Red and green are going to have more trouble to deal with it. And blue is either going to deal with it easy or blue is going to have a headache with it. That being said, if you ever decide you want to challenge, try and build a mono blue deck with undercosted creatures. And if you can, and this is going to be the really hard part, try and do it with ones with... For me, if it had something like Hexproof or draw a card on your upkeep, it was really good. Yeah, but then this wouldn't be an 8/7 for an 8/7 flyer for 7 mana. What this has going for it is this is huge. As I was saying before you came in, what I would have normally expected for this cost would have been a 6/6. And sure, a 6/6 flyer that had some other ability going on, maybe. This thing is, for what I would expect to pay for it, this thing is absolutely huge. Yeah, it could be a 6/6 and had something else. Yeah. That's not where they went with this. They went, how big can we possibly make this SOB? Without throwing some kind of drawback on it. And yeah. I think I still am running this in Sphinx Tribal. FE5. This one. Let's see. Whoops. Let's see if you're actually in here. Yep. There's my Goliath Sphinx. In my Sphinx Tribal deck. Alongside some... Yeah. More power than toughness? Not something that you can assume, especially when you're looking at blue. It is a very unusual creature. It is for blue to have a creature that is just, I am big. You don't see that very often. Calcite Snapper. 3 mana for 1/4 Shroud. This is more... I want to make a deck based on Berserk, but it's not that easy. Yeah, it's... what you really... what you would want to do for that, in my opinion, would be the sort of thing where it's like, I start off with a sufficiently healthy sized enough body. Ideally with infect somehow. Attack one person with it, and then fling it at somebody else. Yeah, exactly. Because in fact, technically speaking, you still only need to deal 10 poison. So it's not as hard. Maybe equip it with something like grafted. Is it grafted? No, it's not grafted exoskeleton. A 1v1 format. Is it still based on commander? Or are you talking elsewhere? They went full atrocity. Yeah, that's Smite. That's not completely an unreasonable statement. But yeah, something like grafted exoskeleton. If you can find a way to get that onto like even onto a 3/3, then you only need a pump for like 5 more. Kill one person and then fling it at somebody else. No, like vintage because of it. Oh, you want to play in historic ideally. Okay, well if you're playing in historic, so I guess the first question is O colon infect historic. Inkmoth Nexus. Possibly Triumph for the Hordes. Also, if you run white, you can run Phyrexian Unlife with, I believe Solemnity is legal. Yeah, Solemnity is also legal. So maybe splash some white and get Solemnity plus Phyrexian Unlife, and then you basically have to worry about mill if you can get those two together. Um, Berserk. You are in historic. Destroy that creature. Oh my god, do you realize I never realized that? Yeah, no, I get that. Back in the day I thought Berserk plus Fog. I completely over because you gotta remember, I am looking at going back from here. If it attacks target creature is destroyed at end of turn. Yeah. Back in the day I thought Berserk plus Fog. You know. But I completely overlooked the fact that even its original text says the creature is destroyed. It doesn't say anything about regeneration or anything like that. Wow. Regeneration would bypass it. Indestructible would bypass it. Um, yeah, those are the two big ones that would actually do it. Indestructible or regeneration could bypass it. That's insane. Wow. Give me one moment here. That's a thing I never thought of. Oh my god, she posted it early. Sorry, minor work distraction. But yeah, Inkamoth Nexus should be in that deck. Skithiryx might be a bit high for a deck like that. No, I never realized that you could like you were the one that pointed out to me you can regenerate from Berserk. I've been playing over 30 years. I completely missed that. And you've been playing sneak attack for I've yeah, but then you're holding up mana for the regeneration on top of that, and then Skithiryx or sneak attack, the creature goes away at the end of turn anyway. I don't think it. I wouldn't want sneak attack for that. Elvish Piper or something like that. I could see. What do you call it? What do you call it? What do you call it? Show and tell. Show and tell is the route you would. I missed it. I'll rewind to figure it out. Oh yeah, no, Smite. Somebody in the Twitch stream pointed out to me that so there's this ancient card called Berserk, and its original wording says until end of turn, target creature's current power doubles and it gains trample ability. If it attacks, target creature is destroyed at the end of turn. This spell cannot be cast after current turn's attack is completed. It's Oracle text, cast only before combat damage step. Target creature gains trample, gets +X/+0 till end of turn, where X is its power. At the beginning of the next end step, destroy that creature if it attacked this turn. Destroy that creature. I've been playing over 30 years. This lad in the other channel or in the other chat who's a much newer player than I am. I think Rare's only been playing a couple of years or something like that, if I remember right. I apologize if I'm wrong. Pointed out to me that yeah, it's destroy. You can 3 years. Okay. It's destroy. You can regenerate from that. Didn't even think about it back in the day. Was a possibility? Never even thought about it. Also talking about trying to play some kind of deck in ideally he wanted to play it in historic, but might have to go to vintage. And wanted to build a deck using Berserk. Two. with only before damage, you could use it on. Berserk you can use at any time. You have to play it before combat damage. And if the creature was attacking, you destroyed at the end of turn. Tapped and attacking. If it... Hold on. If it attacked. Wait, if it attacked. If it attacked means if it was declared as an attacker. I think. uh, I mean, hatred would also work, but what I was thinking of was I knew there was a card that allowed you to put +1, like you could pay life to put +1 counters on it. Um, Soul Drinker was the card I was thinking of. Nah, Soul Drinker. The creatures put on a. They never attacked. Okay, cool. Cool. So, just double checked on the rules for this. Just double checked on the rules for this. It asks if the creature attacked this turn. As far as the rules are concerned, what that means is, was the creature in question declared as an attacker? So, beginning of combat, declare attackers, I swing with these. Compare that to Kalia the Vast. When she attacks, you can put a creature into play tapped and attacking. These guys are attacking, but were never declared as attackers, so therefore, technically speaking, they never attacked. If it attacked this turn, asks, did you actually declare it as an attacker? So it could even steal that even with no attacking and still fling with it. Yep. Yeah. So, if you have an effect that puts a creature into play tapped and attacking, it was never declared as an attacker, so you don't have to blow it up from Berserk. So you can still keep it around for the following turn if could you do the first strike ninjutsu thing? Yes, ninjutsu puts the creature into play tapped and attacking. Ninjutsu also puts the creature into play tapped and attacking. You can then berserk the creature. Get extra damage out of it. And not have to sacrifice, because the way my brain processed what was going on with Berserk back in the day was you had to sacrifice it at the end of turn. It's not a sacrifice, it's destroyed. Wow, that's hilarious. Anywho, before my brain completely forgets, Calcite Snapper, 3 mana for 1/4 with Shroud, which means nobody can target it. Landfall, you can swap its power and toughness around. If you're considering using this guy at all, you really want as many fetch lands as you can and other ways to drop. There's not a super big ninjutsu creature. There's Ink Eyes. She's a 5 power with ninjutsu. Ninjutsu power greater than 3. You can get up to 6 power. Springleaf Avenger can come in and play for 4 off an ninjutsu. Yeah, this is going to be the most the most amount of power you can get off an ninjutsu. Yeah, and put this onto the battlefield tapped and attacking. Apart from that, for 5 power, you're still looking at... Yeah, the lowest ninjutsu you can get for a big creature, you can get 4 mana for a 5 or 6 power creature. There's also Ninja of the New Moon, which, while not amazing, it is a 6 power creature that you can ninjutsu in for 4 mana. Um, yeah, that is that is the most efficient I think that you can get for that. What about for power equals 3? Oops. 2 mana for 3. Yeah, you're often saving 1 mana. Your best bet would be 4 mana to get us one of these two guys. 4 mana to get 6 power out. Whenever this deals combat damage to a player, create a treasure and manifest the top card of the... You get it? You get it. Okay. Orochi Soul Reaver might be the next best option. It's only 5 mana, but you do get the top card of your opponent's library and a treasure out of it. But yeah, I would be looking... If I'm looking to just plow through for damage as much as possible, Ninja the New Moon and Springleaf Avenger are my starting points for that. Oh my dog, I'm still only on blue and so only got about an hour and a half left to go. I'm gonna have to plow through this. Ah! Anyway, yeah, Calcite Snapper. I don't see this being I don't see this being actually useful in a lot of decks. Because you really want him to be unblockable or something. Yeah, I get distracted very easy. Can you tell? Honestly, I am more interested in that entire first row. I am more interested in the first 2 rows, anything in the first 2 rows, and the Goliath Sphinx than I am Mysteries of the Deep and Calcite Snapper. Selective Memory. The drawback with this card is it does not let you pull lands. 4 mana, search your library for any number of non-land cards, exile them, then shuffle. The only reason to play this is if you really need to be able to hit lands. Actually, no. Sorry, that's not true. If you are playing Simic, play with Slime Against Humanity. Exile, say, 20 slimes, and the next slime that you hit is the next slime against Humanity you hit is going... Well, no, because you... Oh, not that Squee. You're thinking like Squee the Immortal or something. Sorry, somebody says Squee. My first assumption is that you mean Squee Goblin Nabob. My assumption is you mean this guy. And I'm like, how is that going to work? No, Squee the Immortal is the one that you're thinking of. Yeah. Yeah, Squee plus Food Chain. Mist Hollow Griffin also does that. And I cannot remember the name of the Eternal Scourge is the one you're thinking of. Yeah, Eternal Scourge is the one you're thinking of. That, Mist Hollow Griffin, Squee. Yep. Yeah, those are also options if you're looking to. If you're. Yeah, I could see that for combo synergies. I would generally assume that somebody is doing it off of Slime Against Humanity or something like that, but that's also not an unreasonable option. Black cards. When this deals combat damage to a player, if you control an island, you may draw a card. So, I mean, again, there's like anytime it says if you control a card of basic land type, the easiest way to do that is you're playing at least 2 colors. And there's enough swamps or island. You also gotta remember, though, like you've been playing 3 years, no offense intended. You've been playing 3 years. This card came out over 15 years ago. Stuff that came out, in the last 3 years is going to generally be a lot more powerful than stuff that came out 15 years ago. Oh yeah, very much so. Um, type swamp, type island, mountain, forest, island, basic. What do you mean no? Oh, derp. Plains. So apart from Underground Sea, which is going to be expensive AF, last proper printing was $940. It hasn't really stopped. I've seen stuff in, yeah, like I'm seeing all this and it's like here are like here are 6 dual lands. I'm ignoring water Underground Sea. Here are 6 dual lands that you can play that would turn on the Shoreline Savager pretty easily. Plus, you run a few islands and you're good to go. Sunken Hollow, Watery Grave, Well, I mean, you also got to remember Contaminated Aquifer and Ice Tunnel. You are looking at stuff that, these 2 are common. And then Fetid Pool's upside is if you don't need it as a land, you can still cycle it. You can still use this for something while it's in your hand. You're comparing rares to commons. Kind of not a fair comparison here. Although Ice Tunnel does have one occasionally relevant upside in that it's snow, and depending on the deck that you're playing, sometimes snow is relevant. The most common card I can think of that people actually care about playing with snow is Skred. And for one mana as an instant, can kill just like huge things. But yeah, Shoreline Savager. The only thing you have to worry about now with the Salvager is making sure it can actually get through for damage. You're in black It's not really a well supported creature type. There's 4. That is not enough to build a tribal deck around. There's not enough there to build tribal synergies. So, Shoreline Salvager, this is going to require a lot of work. Yeah, I know. Unless you can find something that says black creatures you control have, I don't know, black creatures you control have Intimidate or something of that nature. Oh no, Atog gets more love than that. Then again, Atogs also came out in Antiquities, and so have had over 30 years worth of had over 30 years of experience. And had art that people just gravitated towards because it's like it looks like a Muppet. Looks like it's from like the Muppet Show or something like that. Cover of Darkness, I think cares about a creature type. Yeah, cares about creature type. Yeah, not gonna help very much with the Shoreline Salvager. Profane Command? Is that the one I'm looking for? Up to X target creatures gain fear until end of turn. This could work. Yeah, equipments exist. You could take that route as well. Um, but yeah, this is one that's going to require work to actually make it work. But that being said, I mean it makes sense because you're playing, and the swords were in that time. Like Sword of X and Y. Yes, the original Mirrodin's block had them, I believe. Jagwasp Swarm. We have got better since then. So unless you're doing like Insect Tribal or something like that, I would generally pass on this. You should be by now able to get at least Phantom Monster in black by now. Ruthless Coldblade. You if you're playing this, you're playing it because you're playing vampires. This is the reason to play this. You're looking at a 2/1 that's potentially a 4/2 for 2 mana. And getting somebody, if you're playing vampires, you're probably playing some kind of aggro strategy anyway. You're likely an Edgar Markov by that point. You see where this rabbit hole goes. Tomb Hacks. 3 mana instant. Target creature gets -2/-2 till end of turn. Landfall -4/-4. Nah. Two. Oh, for the Callblade, I could see that. Yeah, I could see that in like some kind of drain deck and some of like a mono black burn deck, and then Ruthless Callblade suddenly becoming a 2 mana 4/2. Yeah, I could see that. Its drawback is that it still only has 2 toughness at that point. But having a 4 power creature for 2 mana is still pretty good at that point. Tomb Hacks, I'm sorry, if you're paying 3 mana, you can probably. Well, first of all, for a slightly harder cost, and I only mean slightly, as in 2 black plus 1 rather than 1 black plus 2, you have Murder, and Murder has already been power crept. The only reason to play Tomb Hex over a card like Murder is you want to bypass something that is indestructible, let's say. Uh, yeah. So at that point, you're now looking at something that either gives minus, but is minus for Dismember exists, and it was that time. Dismember was new Phyrexia, I believe, which was Scars of Mirrodin, I believe. I want to say not yet, but soon. Yeah, but yeah, it is that era. Um, ID equal black. Oh, exile target mana value equals 3. So, arch enemies charm would do it. Exile target creature or planeswalker. Oh, right. Most of these are going to eat stuff from graveyards. Complete disregard. Exile target creature power 3 or less, potentially. Dark Imposter is great. 3 mana for 2/2. Pay 6 to exile target creature and put a +1 counter on it. And then Dark Imposter gets all the relevant activated abilities. Flay Essence. Exile target creature or planeswalker. Gain life equal to the number of counters on it. So, at least 2 for sure. Necrotic Fumes, debatably. If you're playing with stuff that you don't care about leaving the battlefield, you know, like tokens, for example, Necrotic Fumes would work. Soul Transfer would work. Okay, so there's at least 4 cards I see that I would recommend over Tome Hex or Tomb Hex. I hate the way that my brain keeps trying to autocorrect to Tome Hex. Tome is Tome. It's a book, usually a really big, thick book. Um, yeah, and as Rar suggested, Dismember exists. There's also other cards that can give -X. Um, Wag Sickness. Enchanted creature gets -1/-1 for each swamp you control. Chances are by the time you play Oh, Tempest? Oh, ages ago. Ages ago. Um so yeah, pass on the hex. Let me see if I can pull it up real quickly here. Uh, uh, Playlists, view. Just over a year ago, April 15th last year. Yeah, if you pop into my YouTube, if you pop into my Yeah, if you pop into my YouTube channel, that's my Twitch stream, obviously. There's the link to my YouTube. Check my playlist. Check under Magic the Gathering. Go back, go back about a year, and you will find Tempest. And again, keep in mind, this is the assumption of A, commander, B, casual players. We're not necessarily looking for the most powerful card to do a thing. We're looking for cards that do something useful. Or something useful, something interesting, something that some deck might want somewhere. Corrupted Zendikar. Much prefers, like, much prefer this. Did we actually not have to do the blue one? Oh, the blue one was on the next line. Lol. Uh, much better than the white one, in my opinion. Because you were getting, for 3 mana, you got a 2/6 with Defender. This is 2 mana, you get a 3/3 Ooze. And again, when Enchanted Line dies, return that card to its owner's hand. So if you're not dealing with stuff like Earthbending, this gives you a way to get your land back. And again, you attach it to something like a Strip Mine or whatever, and you sack the Strip Mine to whatever effect. And before the effect resolves that you sacrificed it for, you get the land back to your hand. Because this triggers when the land dies, when the land hits the graveyard, not when the ability that caused you to sacrifice it resolves. So, yeah, Corrupted Zendikar. For 2 mana, you get a 3/3. It's a black creature, so it gets all the bonuses from being black, including things like Bad Moon and whatnot. If you're playing with oozes, obviously you're going to want something like, you're going to want to at least, oh yeah, this is a thing. Turn your land into an ooze. Sure, why not? And then when land dies, you get it back. Wrath of God. You blow up my land. Okay, get it back to hand. And again, land dies, you get to re-trigger your landfall stuff. Brink of Disaster. 4 mana enchant creature or land. Whenever enchanted creature permanent becomes tapped, destroy it. Generally, you want something like Befoul instead. Except Befoul hits non-black creatures, where this is any creature. You always have a choice. That doesn't mean you always have a good choice. Lol. I would say you play Brink of Disaster over something like Befoul, largely if you care about enchantments. Also, if you want to give your opponent, well, look at the flavor text. If you want to give the opponent a choice, whenever enchanted permanent becomes tapped, destroy it. Oh, that's funny. If you put this on something that's indestructible or can regenerate, well, regeneration wouldn't work the way I want it to, so indestructible would be the better option. You put this on something that's indestructible. Let's see here. Indestructible and is there anything that can... Oh, Darksteel Monolith. Oh, that's not silly at all. Yeah, no wonder you're 25 bucks. Is there something that cares about being enchanted? I do not see anything that cares about being enchanted. I has the sads. How yeah, you play this if you care about enchant. So basically, if you're trying to build an enchanter stack and you are playing in an unusual color for it, because black doesn't normally deal with enchantment synergies, it's not impossible. Um, Bojuka Brigand, 2 mana for a 1/1 human warrior ally. Again, you're playing this largely because it's an ally. Can't block. When this or another ally you control enters, you may put a +1 counter on this creature. I don't do tactics. I don't do guard duty. I do damage. Take it or leave it. So, for example, if you've got Bojuka Brigand out, and then you cast Join the Ranks, suddenly this is going to be it's going to be a 3/3 at least. Like it's going to be a 1/1 with 2 +1 counters on it. Plus whatever else has happened since then. Decks like, and this is why I was saying before about a card like Join the Ranks basically being a pump spells because effects like this. But you have to be running enough allies in your deck to do it. Again, as I've mentioned in previous broadcasts, anything that has all creature types is going to count. Ally is a creature type. Does this have all creature types? Yes, it's an ally. So do not forget that those will also trigger your ally synergies. Nemesis Trap. Oh man. Again, I will quote unquote rewrite this sentence. Triggered abilities used when, whenever, or at. At the beginning of the next end step, exile it. You're saying the exact same thing, just the wording is written a little more cleanly. But this tells you this is a triggered ability. 6 mana, exile target attacking creature, create a token that's a copy of that creature, exile at the beginning of the next end step. So somebody's attacking with, I don't know, a 6/6, a 6/6 flying demon. You can exile their demon, create a token that's a copy of that 6/6 flying demon, block something else, and then you lose the token at the end of turn. It's a trap. If a white creature is attacking, you can pay double black instead of paying the 6 mana. So basically, if a white creature is attacking, you can basically lock off this 4 mana here. It is still considered a 6 mana spell. You just got a cost reduction on it. And exile at the beginning of the next end step, that's a triggered ability. If you can counteract that triggered ability somehow, you keep the token. So, if you have, let's say, Sundial of the Infinite, cool. At the end of turn, all relevant triggers go on the stack. All that stuff's on the stack. In response, Sundial of the Infinite. And the turn activate only during your turn. Not as a sorcery, only during your turn. Which means you can do it during your end step. The first thing it says to do, exile all spells and abilities from the stack. Which technically would also include this one, but whatever. Discard down to your maximum hand side, damage wears off, and this turn and until end of turn effects end. You go straight into the end step. Like to the you go straight down to cleanup, basically. Then you get to keep the token that's a copy of the creature you exiled. Again, there are ways to manipulate that, and even without ways to manipulate it, you can have, like, let's say, for the sake of example, somebody's attacking, and they don't even have to be attacking you. Somebody's attacking with a Muldrifter. Cool. So I'll pay 6 mana. I will exile your Muldrifter, so you're not getting it back. I'll get a token copy of it, but because it's a token that's entering, and I did not evoke it, I will draw 2 cards. Exile target creature, draw 2 cards for 6 mana. Seems pretty good at instant speed. Etc, etc, etc. There's enough ways you can, there's enough things that you can do with this. The worst it is ever going to be is 6 mana, exile target attacking creature, which is not great, but it's still pretty decent. It's still playable. Dead Reckoning. Dead Reckoning is hilarious. It works really well with the creatures from Lorwyn Eclipse that are like really big but come into play with a bunch of like -1/-1 counters on them. Because Dead Reckoning only takes a look at what the bottom right corner says. It doesn't look at how it would be on the battlefield. It takes a look at what's in the bottom right corner. You may put target creature card from a graveyard on top of your library. If you do, Dead Reckoning deals damage equal to that card's power to target creature. This is a cross between Raised Edge and potentially a removal spell. So 3 mana sorcery, okay. It's a bit much for Raised Dead, and not even Raised Dead because it doesn't go to your hand, it goes on top of your deck. A bit much for Raised Dead, and a bit much for a removal spell, but crossing the two together, it's pretty decent. And of course, again, you can build with this deck. You can target something like, oh damn it, what do you call it? I can see the damn card in my head. Barbed Servitor. You can target your Barbed Servitor And you're like, what the hell is Barb Servitor? Servitor. It's basically a black member of the um, Stuffy Doll family. 4 mana for a 1/1 indestructible. When it enters suspected, has menace and can't block. Whenever this deals combat damage to a player, you draw a card and lose a life. But whenever it's dealt, relevantly, whenever it's dealt damage, target opponent loses that much life. So what you do is you take, I don't know, let's say Moonshadow as a convenient people know about this card example. 1 black for 7/7. The rest doesn't matter. The rest legitimately does not matter. Oh, well, that is neat. Yeah, the rest literally does not matter. Because Dead Reckoning is looking at this right here. None of this text matters. So you put Moonshadow back on top of your deck, deals 7 damage to, let's say, Barb Servitor, because it says target creature, not target creature you control, don't control, whatever. Then that 7 damage that's dealt to the Servitor suddenly gets shunted elsewhere to another player. And it says target opponent, unlike Stuffy Doll, which you have to choose a player when it enters, you choose the player when you're burninating them here. So, nice way to take damage that, nice way to take something that is supposed to be removal and shoot your opponent for 7 or whatever. Gurmag Angler also works nicely here because a card like Gurmag Angler says it's 7 mana, it's a 5/5, but it's got delve, so you're eating cards out of your graveyard to cast it for a single mana. Cast it for 1 or 2 mana, you get a 5/5, etc., etc., etc. There's ways around it. Dead Reckoning just looks at the stuff in the bottom right corner. And you can target stuff that you want to be paying full price for anyway. But I mean, there's ways to make it work for you. Myers Toll. This is basically blackmail in the sense of the card, not what people are actually doing. In addition to killing peasants, punishing subordinates, and raising an army of nightmares, Braid somehow found time for her favorite hobby, petty extortion. Blackmail. 1 black. Target player reveals 3 cards from their hand. You choose one. That player discards that card. Myers Toll. Target player reveals a number of cards from their hand equal to the number of swamps you control. You choose one of them. That player discards that card. Realistically, you play this when you've got like 5 swamps in play, and your opponent's you're choosing basically whatever card you want out of your opponent's hand. Said it before, I'll say it again. Do not generally recommend this card for a kitchen table strategy for Commander. You're playing a competitive format. This is a different, it's a different situation. you're playing something like CEDH or whatever, Myers Toll might be a card people actually want to be playing. Or you're playing bracket 4, maybe you play Myers Toll. You're playing like brackets 1 and 2, pass on them. Crag Vampires. This is pretty close to the black analog to the Enclave Elite, except that the Enclave Elite 3 mana 2/2 island walk. This is a 1 mana 1/1 swamp walk. The first time you pay the multi-kicker of black +1, it's a slightly worse, well, slightly better and slightly worse elite, because the mana is a little more difficult, 2 black +1 rather than 1 black +2, but you're playing vampire and rogue, so you get synergy for those two creature types available. Plus it's in black, which has got a decent amount of synergy just for, just for playing black going on. Bad Moon, etc., etc. Stuff that cares about black permanents, stuff that cares about swamps, what have you. And you end up with a 2/2 swamp walk, and you do not need help to be able to just attack and deal damage, because people will voluntarily easily play black. So if you are looking at playing, you want a 1-drop vampire, or you want a 1-drop rogue, or something like that, but something that'll be reasonable later on in the game, Quag Vampires is still fine. Bloodhusk Ritualist. Again, what I said before about this card applies here. But this is, I think I would, Myers Toll, I see that I'm looking at something analogous to Thoughtseize. This is something I more look at as, like Mind Rock kind of effects. You get a 3 mana 2/2 multi-kicker for black. For each black you paid in addition to its base cost when you cast it, target opponent discards a card. When it enters target opponent, you have to target this. So the same person is going to be discarding X cards. So if you did X equals 3, you paid 6 mana, you got a 2/2, target player discards 3 cards. If you think about that, Fugue is your typical standby for discard 3 cards, which is 2 black plus 3. You paid 6 minus 5. You basically got a 2/2 body for 1 mana at that point. You do it twice. You kick it twice. You got Mind Drop plus a 2/2 body for 2 mana, which is fair. Yeah. Again, if you're into playing discards, then you want something like that. Red cards. Rumbling Aftershocks. Whenever you cast a kick spell. Again, before rotation starts. Yeah. Sorry, minor distraction. Somebody in the chat room I visited just turned around and said, before rotation, standard will be close to 5,500 cards. Yeah, that's kind of huge. That's kind of ridiculous. Standard should never be that big. Standard should be like 2,000 or something. Rumbling Aftershocks, 4 mana, Whenever you cast a kick spell, you may have this enchantment deal damage to any target equal to the number of times that spell was kicked. So, was the kicker cost paid? Yes, this will deal damage. Was it kicker or was it multi-kicker? If it was kicker, it's going to deal 1. If it was multi-kicker, so let's go back to Myers Toll for a moment. Not Myers Toll. Bloodhusk Ritualist. It's an additional black for, each card you want to make them discard. If you paid the kicker cost 3 times, well, Rumbling Aftershocks will say, oh, you paid the kicker cost, it was kicked 3 times. So then Rumbling Aftershocks will deal 3 damage. You have to be playing a kicker-based deck for that to care. You are probably in somewhere in Teamer, I would believe. And I will be right back. I need to go do a I need a chair stream for a moment. Be right back. Alright. I has the returned. Beep beep, I'm a sheep. Alright. So yeah, rumbling aftershocks, like I said, you have to be playing a kicker based deck. I think, let's see here. uh Halar. You're playing red. Yeah, I think realistically, if you're in red, you're playing Halar as your general. I don't see another reasonable option. Actually, well, you could play Varric's Bladewing as your general, but I think Halar makes more sense. Slavering Knolls, 2 mana for a 2/1. Whenever it deals combat damage to a player, if you control a swamp, you may have that player discard a card. Unlike a lot of the other options, because this is asking if you control a swamp, all you have to do is throw something like throw Urborg Tomb of Yawgmoth into your mono red deck, and a couple of ways to tutor it up, like Expedition Map and World Map. And then finding artifacts should be relatively easy. So you may have to do like tutor for a tutor sort of thing. But you should be able to pull it up and go from there. And because they're goblins and zombies, you've got the synergies for both available. More realistically, if you're going mono red, you're probably playing goblins. You know what? ID equal red. Oh, zombie. You. Whenever a player attacking one of your whenever a player attacks one of your opponents, that attacking player makes a interesting. It's not quite enough, but I think I could start seeing the potential for a mono red zombie deck. That would be hilarious. Realistically, the only synergy that you get would be Dreadhorde Twins, which gives your zombie tokens trample. Oh, choose a creature type. Collective Inferno. For each creature. Whenever a creature. Molten Echoes, potentially. Yeah, okay. I could wrap my brain around the ability to build a mono red goblin or a mono red zombie deck. That would be hilarious. I'm sure somebody at some point is going to watch this stream or, catch a snip of it somewhere and end up going, mono red zombies? Somebody will do it. Grotag Thrasher, 5 mana for a 3/3. When it attacks, target creature can't block this turn. The goblin fancied himself a rider. The lizard was happy with its new flail. Um, this is a story card where it's like you take the ability it has and you build around that. So you want like 20 creatures that have this ability, sort of thing. And as I said before, as I've mentioned in the past, um, if you're building a deck based around a theme, you need to have enough cards that fit that theme. And so what I've often found is 20, like 20, 24 cards is commonly enough to fit that concept. So, if you're building around when this attack, target creature can't block this turn. If you want something that there's wow, really? There's more than that. There we go. Let's go power. Let's go. Whoops, wrong one. Let's go descending. When it centers, when this attacks, yeah, because some of them are going to be like you have a, there's a triggered ability. When it centers, target creature can't block. A lot of these end up being a lot of these apparently are enters triggers or have a cost involved. A lot of these, those seem a lot of these a lot of these seem to have some kind of cost involved or are whenever the creature enters. But that would be a concept that you could build around. And that would just that would just ruin that would just make combat so awkward because it's like, hey, by the way, you can't block, and you can't block, and you can't block, and by the way, you also can't block, and you can't block. Oh, and this came into play, so that you can't block, and it's like, so what can I block with? You've got a 1/1 Sapperling. Yeah. Again, don't necessarily. I don't think it would be good. It's one of those decks that you just put off to the side for the lulls. Crusher Zendikar. I've said what I said before still applies. This ends up, however, turning your land into a 4/2 trampler, which again approximately equivalent to a 3/3, but it's got trample. This is going to Wow. This is actually going to get through for a reasonable amount of damage, hilariously. And then when the land dies, you get it back to hand. So, I think this is decent. I don't think, though, it's going to be as good as as Corrupted Zendikar or Wind Zendikar. I I really don't like the white one. Because the fact that it's huge, but it has Guardian Zendikar, there it is. It's huge, but it has Defender, is just, it's gonna hurt. And I get that's part of White's shtick. Yeah, no. Goblin Rough Rider, you play this because it's a vanilla red creature. Maybe you play this because it's a red knight. Probably not though. Would not. Astride the bucking creature, Gribble hurtled down the mountainside while his Grotag brethren cheered. It was at that moment that the legend of the Scroll Tamer was born. Lol. But yeah, the big reason to play this would be it's a 3 mana vanilla creature, and I don't know. Is vanilla ID equal red? Mana value equals 3. But you can get a 4/2. Sort by power? Descending? 4/2, 4/2, 4/2. There's 3 4/2s. And then you get 4 3/2s. Yeah. And then pretty easily get and then pretty easily get 2/3s. I mean, obviously at 3 mana, you're playing 1, 2, there's 3 4/2s first, and then you get your choice of 3/2s and 2/3s. So, you might end up playing this. If you're trying to go vanilla and have a sub theme going on, it might fit in. Bull Rush? No. 1 red instant target creature gets +2/+0 to land a turn? No. Because you've got Infuriate, you have, I think it's called Blood Frenzy? Is that the one I'm thinking of? No, not Blood Frenzy. Oh, what do you call it? Damn it. Set PLC. Brute Force. You get Brute Force, you've got Infuriate. Type instant. Mana value equal red. Color equal red. Oops. Mana value equal 1, rather. I even said that. Yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There's at least 6 cards that I would play above Bull Rush, because you can get 3 power. Some of them even giving toughness. Brute force, build to smash only gives 2 attacking, but that's not unreasonable if you're looking for a giant growth effect. Brute force, full bore. Fury's resistance doesn't give toughness, but it gives first strike. Infuriate, Titan strength, also scries. Turn inside out. When it dies this turn, manifest dread. Borrowed hostility is just +3/+0. Or first strike. If you pay 4 mana to cast it, you get both. Yeah, like the only iffy one is built to smash here. Everything else here is, yeah, I would play instead of Bull Rush. Do not play Bull Rush. You have better options, and most of them are like common, uncommon. Just don't play Bull Rush. You don't need it. And if you are playing Bull Rush, whoops, -0 +2 +0. Oh yeah. Oh, for sure. And then if you're playing, if you are having to go down to +2 power, Free from Flush gives +2/+2 and 2 little counters if that's ever relevant. Raise the Effigy. Target attacking creature, maybe. I mean, probably. Rush of Adrenaline is +2/+1 and Trample. Summit Sprint, +2/+1 and Haste and Scry 1. So 1, 2, 3. 3 that are definitely better. And then 3 more that can target an attacking creature and give +2/+2. Yeah, I am assuming as somebody's playing Bull Rush, they're not in green. I'm making that assumption. And then there's also ways to get higher than that as well. Usually for not much more mana, but yeah, if you are looking for giant growth effects and you're in red and you're not in green, there's probably 8 to 10 that I would play at 1 mana before I even looked at a card like Bull Rush. And if I looked at a card like Bull Rush, I would still be looking to see if I can find one that can give and First Strike and Trample and Haste and something. You know, because if I can get +2/+1, if I can get +2/+1 and Trample, or I can get +2/+1 and Haste, or +2/+2 and Trample, and whenever it deals combat damage to a player, destroy target artifact that player controls, or something of that nature, for 1 mana, a straight up +2/+0 is not enough. Deathforge Shaman, 4/3 for 5, multi-kicker for a red, enters damage to target player or planeswalker equal to the number of times it was kicked. You play this when you've got, obviously, when you've got a healthy amount of mana, or healthy amount of cost reduction, so you can kick it enough times to actually deal a reasonable amount of damage. Keep in mind that, like, you kick it once, it's going to be a 5 mana 4/3 that will come and play and deal 2. You pay 6 mana. It's going to be a 4/3 that comes and play and deals 2 damage, which is eh. You kick it twice, it's going to deal 4 damage. You kick it 3 times, it's going to deal 6. You can actually have a card like this be like a finisher for a burn deck, because you kick it, say, 4 times, you're going to suddenly, and because it's not an instant or sorcery that's dealing damage, you're going, hey, by the way, I got 9 mana minus some cost reduction. I've got a couple of cards that are cost reduction, so I'm only paying 7. Thunk. I have this 4/3 here, by the way, take 8. What? And triggered abilities are harder to stop than other things. And, going, okay, in response to its trigger, I kill it. No, that's not going to work. You're still going to take the damage. It just cares how many times it was kicked, etc., etc. So I see it as something that's trying to be a finisher in a burn deck that can generate a bunch of mana. So take like my Elves deck. For step 1, ignore creature type synergy. That's not going to be a thing. So maybe my mono blue ramp deck is a better example. But you're porting it over to red now. There's a lot of creatures that tap for red that can tap and generate red mana that you can spend on anything. Some of them have got some minor restrictions on how to get to that point, but they're usually fairly easy to get past. My personal favorite, and that's partly because I remember it from way back in the day, is Sisters of the Flame, all the way from the dark. 3 mana for a 2/2, tap for a red. There's better nowadays. This is still my favorite due to, ancient history. Again, I've been playing over 30 years, so it's the first one I actually remembered. But there's a decent amount of them nowadays. And so it's not completely unreasonable. You put a bunch of stuff in that can go, hey, by the way, this now taps for, this. I'm going to tap like 5 creatures and generate, 7 extra red mana. And tap 5, and I'm going to burninate you for, let's see here, kicker cost is 7, so take 14. And I believe if you copy the Shaman as a spell, so copy target creature spell, copy target permanent spell, etc. Litho Formention, I think, did that. Oh yeah, you could pay 2 and copy the activator triggered ability, or you could pay 4 and copy the permanent. Yes, 0. You copy the permanent, I believe it also notices that it had been kicked. Why run Deadly Cover Up and Brawl? So, one, 5 mana board wipe is still it is still reasonable compared to 4, 3 and 4 are and Brawl are often a bit difficult to get your hands on, especially depending on the color schemes. If you're not playing white, 5 is still accessible. 2, it is graveyard hate. 3, you do still get people playing things where you could run multiple copies of the same card. For example, oh good lord, I think Slime Against Humanity is legal. You get what are you called? Dragon's Approach, etc., etc. So there are a handful of cards that you can play a number of copies of. Also, hilariously, if an evidence was collected, exile a card from an opponent's graveyard. You could exile, if you've got a way to blow up, let's say, Swamp, you can exile Swamp out of your opponent's graveyard and then pull all. I've lost 3 games to that card while playing Sun Against Humanity just today. Yeah. Yeah, if your deck is heavily based around one card, like Slum Against Humanity, then you need you need some way to protect against that. And unfortunately, Deadly Cover Up doesn't target anything. So, yeah, it does a bunch of things really well. It's like a Swiss Army knife basically. Yeah. Stone Idol Trap. 6 mana for that costs 1 less to cast for each attacking creature. I will point out, they don't have to be attacking you. They don't have to be. You could be the one attacking. Create a 6/12 colorless construct artifact creature token with trample. Exile at the beginning of your next end step. Again, the same thing I said before about the Nemesis trap applies to the Stone Idol trap. Yeah, Zero, I don't think there's a good way to, the only way I can suggest to bypass worrying about that is because Slime Against Humanity also cares about how many copies are in exile. Having an effect like Keen-Eyed Curator or Scavenging Ooze eat them out of your own graveyard so that whoever you're playing against can't eat them and therefore would have to exile something else like Evolving Wilds or something of that nature. play a couple of cards like that, and they don't have the ability to eat them out of your graveyard, and thus can't remove them from your deck. So, doing that will save you a lot of headache. And then, because Slime Against Humanity does care about how many copies are also in exile, you still get the buff to being able to play the next one and the next one and the next one. So your best bet is to eat them yourself and get something out of it. Roiling Terrain, 4 damage, 4 mana, destroy target lands and deals damage to that land's controller equal to the number of land cards in that player's graveyard. There's a few ways to make this work. One, obviously, is milling them. 2, just play. You can play some amount of land destruction. I wouldn't generally go deep on it, but I would be looking this as a burn spell. You can also combine this with wheel effects to make people discard lands and then go, how many, what's in your graveyard now? Okay, what's in your graveyard? And what's in your graveyard? Cool. Kill your, I don't know, kill your planes and take 7 while you're at it. It's always going to deal at least 1, barring, rest in peace, etc. It's always going to deal at least 1 because the lands that you blew up is going to be in their graveyard. I generally wouldn't go too deep on an LD plan, but having some LD of some description is fine. You're going to want to deal with, like, if somebody's getting out of hand with Cabal Coffers, let's say. You're going to want some kind of protection against Cabal Coffers. This is part of the reason why I consistently recommend. Let's see if they're. Yeah. This is why I consistently recommend cards like Aftershock, Fissure, and Lava Flow. Plus, usually Introduction to Annihilation is on that list as well. Because it gives you the ability to, it gives you extra flexibility. Oh, cool. I need to get rid of that. Kill it. Whirling Terrain, a little narrow. Wouldn't generally use it, but there's usually somebody playing with some land that needs to be dealt with. It could be, Arbor making Cabal Coffers too strong, or it could be Cabal Coffers just getting out of hand. It could be Glacial Chasm. It could be a Dark Depths. No Thespian Stage out, but the Dark Depths, if it does actually get to, if they actually do manage to do the thing, it's going to be a problem. There's enough lands out there that are going to be problems. Valakut. If somebody's built some kind of, some kind of teamer deck that you could probably even manage to pull it out instead of teamer, just go straight to Gruul. Although I'd probably go teamer because I'd want the growth spiral effects as well. And yeah, just Valakut, and it's like, you know what? I'm not dealing with that crap. Thunk. There's usually somebody having a land that you have to be concerned about. Dust Bowl. is another good example. Because being able to sack lands to blow up somebody else's land. Yeah, no, I'm not having any of that. So having a few cards that can actually kill lands, I don't think is a bad idea. Just be careful you don't go overboard on it. Searing Blaze. Again, you play this if you're playing some kind of burn strategy. I don't think I would bother. I really don't think I would bother with a card like a Searing Blaze. Again, because I generally want cards that can blow up creatures and not care how big they are. Not worry about dealing damage. My damage sources can come from others. My damage can come from, sure, attack, you block, and all that other jazz. And maybe, a couple of X spells for finishers or whatever. The biggest problem with Burn in Commander is twofold. A, everyone starts off at 40 life instead of 20 life, so your burn spells have to be able to do more. B, you're looking at dealing with 3 opponents, not 1, so something that targets a specific player leaves 2 other people untouched. So if you are going burn, you have to take that into consideration when you're building it. It's not to say it's unbuildable. You just have to be a lot more judicious on what you're taking. Skitter of Lizards. Again, this is like what was the black one I saw? The Quag Vampires, where instead of getting Swamp Walk, you're getting Haste. A 1/1 haste for 1 mana is fine these days. The fact that it's got multi-kicker is nice. You get a couple of things that can reduce its cost. You can get it down to like triple red for a 3/3 haste, which is decent. I think this would end up being too slow for it, though, compared to other decks. That being said, if you're playing with +1 counter synergies in red, you have an option of making this as big as you want. Keep in mind, these are not X spells, so anything that cares about X spells is not going to take a look at this and go, that's nice, dear. Why should I care? But anything that will care about, about counter synergies is going to look at Skitter listeners and go, ooh, yum. Cozy's Ravager. 4 mana for a 2/2 landfall, 1 damage to target player or planeswalker. If you're playing a card like this, you need something like was it O'Hare? Is it Axonil I'm thinking of? Yeah, O'Hare Axonil. For red stores, you control with you an amount of non-combat damage less than O'Hare Axonil's power to an opponent. It deals damage equal to O'Hare Axonil's power instead, which is, by default, a 4 mana 4/4 trample. If you're playing a card like Cozy's Ravager, you better have O'Hare Axonil somewhere accessible, or something similar. Fiery Emancipation is also a good example. If a source you control would deal damage to a permanent or player, deals triple that damage to that permanent or player instead. So these are replacement effects. They can both replace the same thing. Your best thing to do is apply Axonil's trigger or apply Axonil's replacement effect first, so it will try to deal 4, and then replace that with doing triple, so it will actually end up dealing 12. I play a land, I play a fetch land, take 12, crack it, take 12. That's how you build a burn deck for Commander. You really need stuff that can either replace with dealing extra damage or multiply damage. And the more of that you can add in, don't go overboard. But I'd say you probably want like a dozen effects or so like that. And then stuff like this that can just churn out damage consistently. And then, yes, if I only can hit a single player, that player isn't taking 2 or 3 damage. They're taking like 6, or they're taking 12, or they're taking some other crazy number. So, Feral Contest. Four mana, sorcery, +1 counter on target creature you control. Another target creature, which can be anybody's, has to block at this turn if able. Unfortunately, it's a sorcery. So you have to do that before you declare what you're attacking with. But as long as at least one of the 2 targets is legal, the spell will do as much as it can. Realistically, this is one of those cards that you play when you want to force... you want to force your opponent to block with something they don't want to have to block with. The problem is, it's a sorcery. They can see it coming, etc., etc. If there are people that don't want to get into combat, you can force them to combat. I attack with this, 5/5 creature, put +1 counter on it, it's now 6/6. I'm saying you have to block with your Windborn Muse. Wait, what? Yeah, you have to block with your Windborn Muse. I'm paying the extra 2, so you have to block. Or so I can attack. What? What? But that being said, keep in mind, they can the person can muck around with beginning of combat. Well, they still have the rest of your main phase. Beginning of combat, declare attackers to turn around and do stuff before having to worry about what they block with. And then, sure, they can block, but then there's other stuff that can be dealt with that, before combat damage happen. During declare blockers, they can still muck around with stuff. So, they have a not unreasonable time to do stuff. If they don't do it, well, maybe you just killed off a creature that was being a headache. Yeah, I think there's better options. Usually for something like that, you just want a way to, destroy target creature. You don't get any +1 synergies. If you're really looking for something that can do both, maybe. Slingbow Trap? Honestly, no. You're paying 4 mana to destroy target attacking creature or flying, and if a black creature or flying is attacking, you can pay red. You can pay a green instead. No, don't. Really, just don't. because for 2 mana, for 2 to 3 mana, you can very easily go destroy target creature with flying and have other options on what you can use it for. I point to the aforementioned Atrax's Fall. Color equal green. Mana value less than 4. Sort by mana value. Paw Patch formation would be decent. Yeah, at 2 mana, I would probably recommend Paw Patch formation. Maybe Fell Strike, depending on the kind of deck that you've got. Ditto Sarkhan's Resolve. Sarkhan's Resolve and Fell Strike I would basically put in the same deck. Once you hit 3 mana, now I'm looking at Airship Crash, Broken Wings, which is basically the same thing, except Airship Crash is slightly better because it's also got the option of cycling it. Also, Shower of Arrows. The same as Broken Wings, except Scry 1. And then Unforgiving Aim, depending on the kind of deck that you're building, is similar to Broken Wings, except A, it's modal, and B, you replace destroy target artifact as an option with making a 2/2 elf. And this is all at 2 to 3 mana. And just, you don't have to worry about the fact that it's attacking. You want to kill a flyer? Kill the flyer. You then also have other options available like Beast Within. You know, destroy target permanent. Its controller creates a 3/3. I want to say it's an elf. No, Beast Within. It'll create a beast token. Stuff like that. There's much better cards than Sling Bow Trap available. Even if you're playing it as a trap, for 2 mana, there's not unreasonable options. Paw Patch formation, I would say, is the best out of that. And then at 3 mana, you've got probably like 4 or 5, reasonable options for the flexibility. Snapping Creeper, 3 mana, 2/3. Whenever landfall, this gets vigilance. Again, a card that I see where it's like the landfall is not enough to make it worth playing, because this only cares about landfall realistically on your turn. Because giving something vigilance on somebody else's turn doesn't matter. So, but can you get a 2/3 for vigilance? Power equal to toughness equals 3. Keyword vigilance. ID equal green. Mana value equal 3. Oh, look. Sylvan Shepherd natively is a 2/3 with vigilance at common. Cryptid Inspector is a 2/3 with vigilance natively at common. And then, if you don't mind going into higher rarities, Honor Troll gets it to you as a uncommon with a increase in life total, life gain. Oh, gets +2/+1 as long as you have 25 or more life. It's going to come into play and be a 4/4 vigilance. Briar Bridge Tracker is a 2/3 vigilance. Enters battlefield, investigate, and as long as you control a token, she's a 4/3. And then Mirror Cat Warrior is a 2/3 first strike forest walk vigilance. I mean, and that's literally just looking at 3 mana 2/3s with vigilance. You have two creatures that are strictly better because even the same rarity. The only thing that would make it at all playable compared to the others is it's a plant. It doesn't have anything else realistically going for it. Fastwood Animist, 3 mana for a 1/1 Elf Shaman ally. Tap, target land you control becomes an XX elemental creature token till end of turn. X's number of allies you control, still a land. This is a this is a inexpensive, both dollar wise and mana wise, ally payoff. You have 3 allies in play. Tap, target land is a 3/3 elemental till end of turn. Note that it will set how big the elemental is when the ability resolves. Otherwise, yeah. But yeah, if you're playing allies, it's reasonable. Fastwood Zendikar. You get a 6/4 creature. I don't see this being worth it, especially since you're in green. Because whenever enchanted land dies, return that card to its owner's hand. Green has got the easiest way to replay lands from graveyards. This used to be an interesting card maybe 10 years ago. 10 to 15 years ago. The ability to get lands back from your graveyard in green is easy nowadays. Even in standard. So then you're playing it as a 5 mana 6/4. Why don't I just get I'm pretty sure. Power greater than 5, toughness greater than 3, mana value equal 5, ID equal green, rarity equal common? Okay. Grizzled Outcast is a 4/4 that flips into a 7/7. Tireless Hauler is a 4/5 vigilance that transforms into a 6/6 vigilance. I could see an argument for Tireless Hauler. Winding Worm, we're not talking about Winding Worm. Maybe. I still think this one's a bit of a stretch. Yeah. The best card out of the first 5 I'm seeing so far is Vastwood Animus. Number 2 is probably Feral Contest, realistically. Grappler Spider. Are you playing spiders? You should probably play. I'd at least consider playing this card. 2 mana for a 2/1 with reach is not unreasonable. Are there better cards in general? Yes. But if you're playing spiders, you're probably generally looking at a 1/3, whereas this has got 2 power to start off with. So, if you care more about having extra power and don't mind having a bit less toughness, this is fine. Gnarled Pack, you are looking at Grizzly Bears with multi-kicker getting +1/+1 counters. It's fine. There's the problem with Gnarled Pack is it's not doing anything green can't already do better. But I would probably just look at some of the hydras that green gets its hands on and go there instead. Great Pelt Hunter, 4 mana for 2/2 trample. When this or another ally you control enters, you may put a +1 counter on this creature. Again, it's an ally payoff. You know, getting the, what was it? Join the ranks going suddenly ends up turning it into a 4/4 trample fairly easily, and then any other ally that comes up later, it's going to be fine in an ally deck. It cannot unreasonably get to be like a 4 mana, like 6/6, 7/7. Bestial Menace, you play this in token strategies. 5 mana, you get a 1/1, a 2/2, and a 3/3. You play this in token strategies. You play this. This is not unreasonable to play if you want to do like a mono green aristocrats. 5 mana, you get 3 bodies. Anything where you're looking for that sort of thing going on, getting more than one body for one card, this is going to be useful. Also, not unreasonably, I will point out, snake, wolf, elephant, they are animals. If you're at all considering something where being an animal is relevant, look into that. Strength of the Tujuru. This is like the green analog to Comet Storm. 2 green plus X. Multi-kicker 1. So, choose target creature, then another target creature for each time the spell was kicked. Put X +1 counters on each of them. So, you can kind of think of this as costing 2 green plus X plus Y. You choose Y +1 target creatures. So, let's say Y is 3, so 3 plus 1 is 4. If X is 2, you choose 4 creatures, and you're putting 2 +1 counters on each of them. This is also an instant. This is not unreasonable to use for a lot of decks as like a finisher. You're playing something like Elves, for example. Don't be afraid to throw something of this nature in your deck as a finisher, especially if you've already got some way to deal, to give your stuff trample, let's say. Plus, your typical +1 counter synergies, etc., etc. I don't think I have to say much about that one. Summit Apes, 5/2, as long as you control Mountain, has Menace. Again, this one's going to require a bit more work than some of the others. Because red is a bit less common from what I've seen. But again, that also depends on what people in your local group like to play. A 5/2 with Menace for 4 mana, averaging to a 4/3 Menace. It's fine. I wouldn't be, it's okay. I think I would have been happier if it was a 4/3 rather than a 5/2. That being said, it is a creature with 5 power. So, anything that cares about creatures with, from, like, for example, from Alara block. Shards of Alara had stuff that cared about creatures that had 5 power or greater. So they'll care about Summit Apes. It's also 4 or greater. It's also 3 or greater. There's a lot of cards in green that care about being 3 or 4 or 5 power or greater. And then Leatherback Baloth. Are you the last one for... Yeah, you're the last one for green. Triple green for 4 or 5. Vanilla, yes. Really big for its cost. 3 mana, 4 or 5 creature. No abilities? Sure. But also 3 points towards Devotion of Green. I don't think I need to say more. Plus, plus it's vanilla. It's a huge creature, like it's a really big creature that you can play surprisingly early. Yeah, if you're playing vanillas, you're going to want to put this in your deck somehow. Last few. ID equal gold. Minus. Anything with a multicolor identity? No. Anything that's gold? Yes. Nova Blastworm. 7 mana for a 7/7. When this attacks, destroy all other creatures. Give your stuff indestructible and don't care. Also keep in mind, it is an attack trigger. But yeah, give your stuff indestructible and just don't care. Start by Cooler. Other tap creatures you control have indestructible. When you attack, they're going to be when they attack, they're generally going to be tapped. Avacyn Angel of Hope is an option. Avacyn's Memorial, unsurprisingly, also is going to be in there. Elspeth Knight Errant, if you can ultimate her, is going to work. 10th District Hero, potentially. And then, what's the bossing say? Yeah, so there's like 5 or 6 cards that can make all your stuff, well, relevantly all your creatures, indestructible when you attack. So you don't have to worry about that. On top of that, if you have any sort of effect along the lines of Maskwood Nexus to make all your stuff all creature types, you have other options for doing that as well. This, I don't know how it's supposed to be pronounced. I always say Rexiol, because he just Rexiol. A 5/8, which averages to about a 6/7. So it's going to be about 6 or 7 mana, generally. He is 6 in 2 colors. It is 6? I don't know. Rexiol is 6. Unwalk and Swamp Walk. Deals combat damage, so chances are going to hit somebody. You're playing black. You're playing black. You get to play with Urborg Toma Yawgmoth. You're playing blue. You get to play with Harbinger of the Seas. Deals combat damage to a player, you may cast target instant or sorcery card from that player's graveyard without paying its mana cost. Uh, if it would go to the graveyard, exile it instead. Basically, you get to flashback one of their spells. You get to cast it. However, because it doesn't say when, it doesn't give any sort of timing restriction or anything, you have to cast it now. I do combat damage to you, and by the way, I'm casting this. Yeah, it's... I don't think there's much to say about that. Artifacts. There's 11. This can be gone through fairly quickly. Razor Boomerang. Really annoying to deal with, Razor Boomerang. Three to cast, 2 to equip. Equipped creature has tap the creature, unattach the boomerang, 1 damage to any target, return it to owner's hand. Basically, for 5 mana and tapping a creature, you get to do 1 damage to any target. If you're lucky, you have enough cost reducers that you can cut out the 3 mana casting cost, but cost reducing an activation cost is harder. Not impossible, but harder. So you can not unreasonably bring it down to 2 and tap a creature, 1 damage target, 1 damage to any target. And the boomerang is still going to end up in your hand. No, just no. Compare this to Viridian Longbow. Which is just simply 1 to cast, 3 to equip. Equipped creature has tap, 1 damage to any target. And already was, had already existed by that point. No. Just no. Hammer of Ruin. 2 to cast, 2 to equip. Creature gets +2/+0. Whenever a quick creature deals combat damage to a player, you may destroy target equipment that player controls. A little bit better than it first appears, simply due to people do like to occasionally play equipment. And so this is, this is some hate against people who like to especially overload with equipment. Throw this on something with flying or trample or some other better evasive ability. Shadow, horsemanship, landwalk, etc. Yeah, it's fine. Hedron Rover. I played this in my in my colorless ramp deck because in my colorless ramp deck it is actually no, I don't play this in my colorless ramp deck. I think I might play this in mono blue. What are you? No, you're not here. I think maybe I have you in here. Hedron Rover? No. I did not put you in there because you didn't do enough. Yeah. Hedron Rover, I just passed on this because it was too much for something too small. Again, when you're looking at stuff with landfall, it interacts really well with stuff that's got um it interacts really well with stuff that has like stuff like fetch lands. It enters and then you sack it and you get another one. And heaven forbid that it's something that you can replay later. So if you've got Crucible of Worlds, let's say, you could head and rover. Okay, well it didn't block. Alright. Um Tap Walking Atlas, drop a fetch land, crack the fetch land, get a land out of my deck. Take 6. Actually, on second thought, I can replay, if you've got a way to get a land out of your graveyard at instant speed somehow, get the fetch land, crack it again, 8, 10. No, take 10. But realistically, this is the most I can see this doing in most situations without some weird shenanigans. Oh, yeah. Uh, I know. Find a way to tap a Scare Tiller. Get a land out of your graveyard. Actually, what does Tiller Engine do? Whenever a land enters tapped. Oh, okay, cool. Not really a thing I'm currently looking for. It's cute, but not really a thing I'm looking for. But works really well with Scare Tiller. Um, yeah, it's hard to make this work well, and do enough to actually like in a 60 card format. I can wrap my brain around how to make this do insane amounts of damage, but in a 100 card singleton 40 life format, I don't think this is enough. Kite Sail, 2 mana for and 2 to equip, +1 +0 and flying. Not terrible bad. Basically, it's almost like doing Ornithopter. um, if you're looking for an inexpensive way to give your creature flying, this is certainly a way to do it. Again, do not if you're looking for equipment, do not sleep on something as simple as this. Even something as the Lily Kite Sail is worth actually remembering it exists. Lodestone Golem. Uh, Play this only if you're looking to stack people out. Let's be honest. You're not looking to stack people out, don't play it. Pilgrim's Die. I don't think I'm going to bother with the rest of these because I think the most of the rest of these are pretty straightforward. And let's go for lands. What do we got for lands? I sort by rarity because stuff is going grouped together. So, step 1, the pseudo-basics. The pseudo-basics, as I've mentioned I'm pretty sure I did last week. Basically, they are lands that tap for a mana of a specific color. So they only tap for 1 mana. Like they tap for a mana of only 1 possible color. Commonly enter tapped. Commonly have some kind of enter the battlefield ability. Bojuka Bog in Bojuka Bog is probably the best pseudo-basic out there. Enter, you know, exile all cards from target player's graveyard. This sees play everywhere. I think it even sees play. I know it historically has seen play as far down as Vintage. Cool, nice graveyard. Would be a shame if something happened to it. Uh, Halmar Depths. Look at and reorganize the top 3 of your library. Colony Garden has sees play in Pauper, has seen play in Modern. Enters, makes a 0/1 plant token. Sajiri Step enters, target creature you control gains protection from the color of your choice till end of turn. It's kind of meh. It's not bad, it's just not necessarily good. Smoldering Spires. Remember what I was saying about the unblockable deck? Yeah, Smoldering Spires. Target creature can't block this turn. These first 3 are really good. The last 2 are just kind of... They are much less good. Let's now switch to... Let's switch now to these 5, which are the creature lands that people expect. They are dual lands that only care about an allied colored pair. So white-blue, enters tapped, taps for white or blue or black or red or green or green or white. And then you can pay some cost to make it into a creature till end of turn with some abilities. Celestial Colonnade for 5 mana, blue plus white plus 3, becomes a 4/4 flying vigilant, basically Sarah Angel. Creeping Tar Pit for blue plus black plus 1, 3/2 blue black unblockable. Black plus red plus 1 for Lava Claw reaches. A 2/2 creature with, unusually, pay X colon. This creature gets plus X plus 0 till end of turn. Usually that's 1 colon. This gets plus 1 plus 0 till end of turn. No, they made it into X and X. So they kind of made it into an X spell creature-ish. Raging Ravine. Red plus green plus 2 becomes a 3/3 that whenever it attacks, you gotta put a +1 counter on it. And then Stirring Wildwood is green plus white plus 1. You get a 3/4 with reach. Colonnade, really good. Historically, in Modern, used to be finisher and control decks. You could play a control deck with no creature cards, and use like Celestial Colonnade as your win con. Creeping Tar Pit, similar idea. Creeping Tar Pit was great at dealing with planeswalkers because you pay 3 mana and attack the planeswalkers, and it's unblockable. And it's like, okay, I guess I'm losing 3 loyalty. Lava Claw reaches, It's cute. This feels like the, oh, by the way, I'm here too. Raging Ravine in any sort of like aggro-ish deck in red-green. The fact that it just grows every time you attack with it is huge in more ways than one. This can easily become, you activate this a few times, that becomes a 6/6, a 7/7. Hilariously, this particular one, if you activate it twice in the same turn, then it'll get 2+1 counters on it. Because it'll have 2 instances of whenever this creature attacks, put +1 counter on it. Stirring Wildwood, 3 mana, getting a 3/4 reach, feels a bit more defensive, but it's still, it's not embarrassing. I think the worst of these is Lava Claw reaches, but depending on where the game's at, you could just turn around and go, oh, you're not blocking. I've got a bunch of extra mana because of my Cabal Coffers over here. Take 12. And then your last 3 cards. Dread Statuary basically tries to be the colorless version of these guys. Taps for colorless, does not enter tapped. Pay 4 to make it a 4/2 till end of turn. Tectonic Edge, one of the various Ghost Quarter effects. Tap for colorless, pay 1 and tap and sack, destroy target non-basic land. Only if an opponent has 4 or more lands. The person to your left can have 4 or more lands, and you can blow up a land belonging to a person on your right. Because it only asks if an opponent, it doesn't have to be the same player. And then Eye of Ugin, if you're playing this, you're playing Eldrazi. Actually, not necessarily. The assumption is you're playing Eldrazi. But this is not a terrible card to put into a colorless deck anyway. 7 taps, search your library for a colorless creature card, reveal it, and put it in your hand and shuffle. Usually this is Eldrazi. But I will point out... What? I will point out... damn it. There are a bunch of colorless creature cards that you can fetch. You generally want them to be, you're paying 7 mana to search for it. So you probably want it to be mana value greater than, let's say mana value greater than 4. Still brings you down to 256. And I'm not going to go through them all, but I mean, Seascape Leveler, you're going to want to tutor up. Clone Shell, potentially. Conduit of Ruin, etc., etc. Like, there's lots of options. Yeah. But I think that's it for tonight. Not as bad as I was expecting, but yeah. Next week we get Rise of the Eldrazi. And oh boy, is Rise of the Eldrazi going to be fun, because this is where we start hitting the Eldrazi Titans and some other fun stuff. This is where we get Bear Umbra from, and a bunch of the other Umbras. Historical, originally said Totem Armor, and relatively recently, I think it was like 2 years ago, changed to say Umbra Armor. The various Eldrazi and stuff that works with Eldrazi, stuff that makes Eldrazi spawn tokens. And I've mentioned before, we're going to be producing a lot of mana. Well, take a look, Dreamstone Hedron. If you get to 6 mana, you've now got something that can tap for triple colorless that you can sack later to draw 3 cards. And stuff like All Is Dust that makes people exile, that makes people sacrifice their stuff. But then you get also interesting things like Wall of Omens, which is not a card that you typically see in general. White creature comes into play, draws a card. What? They've got more of them recently, but historically not a thing. This is one of the earliest ones that was actually playable. Anyway, I shall let you guys go for tonight. I'll see y'all next week. Adios, everyone. Good night.